Do I hide my video? I'll ever sit there. Good morning.
Morning, Sarita. How are you?
I'm here.
Girl, you got on here quicker than I did.
Do what?
I said, you got on here quicker than I did.
I got my junk thrown out of the way quick.
I know, I came in and I seen my desk. And I was like, oh.
Well, I have to move this big computer monitor because you can't look in it. You have to look in my power, look in my laptop. And so I had to move all that stuff off my desk. So.
Good morning, Sonia.
Girl, your screen's black out. I just didn't see your face. Good morning. When she gets started, I'm gonna step off for a minute.
Uh-huh.
When she gets started, I'm gonna step off for a minute because I gotta call the vet. So, and then
Okay. Did you get our PowerPoint merged, girl?
I did. Mm-hmm. I'll send it to you right now so you can look at it. I'm fixing to call you if you want to mute.
Oh.
Hey, Stacy, have you seen Lisa
Yes,
Simmons?
ma'am.
Have you seen Lisa Simmons at the office?
Let me go check and see if she's here. Go see what about her people.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hey, Kaylee.
Our whole crew is trying to log on right now. I was just letting you know.
What happened? We supposed to start at 8 o'clock.
I'm not sure what's happening. Our internet just like seriously did something weird.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Are your other people
Yes.
coming?
Ma'am?
I didn't say anything. You hear the other background.
Oh, let me mute mine then.
Okay. Miss Lisa said they should be here any minute, but she doesn't have any sound and she doesn't have a camera. So
We don't have an extra tablet.
so she said Miss Lisa said she was just going to she's on here, but
She doesn't have a camera.
I'm
on her
sorry,
laptop.
we're having technical difficulties at Kids First. I'm so sorry.
I have a camera for her. She wanted to see if she could use one if Miss we have remember
does
those
she want to
cameras?
use something else?
Yeah. Well, we have that camera.
Oh yeah, I didn't think about those cameras.
I wonder if
Yeah.
Miss if she wants to. I mean, it's up to her. If
Mhm.
Miss Sabrina let her use one.
I can. You me go ask her? You me go ask her? Okay.
All right, I think the rest of our crew is waiting to be accepted in, and Miss Dinah's getting on right now. I'm so sorry. One of our people, Caitlin, is her computer literally just kaput. So she's logging on her phone right now.
Is she at the office with you?
Yes. You want her to just sit down on one of our computers?
Yes, long as she logged in to the e-learning and do review on her own, she can do that.
Okay. She said just sit with one of us and just log in to e-learning on your phone.
You were just saying in my ear that one of the computers is not working.
Elizabeth may be using my computer because her internet just kicked off. She's trying to log back in. I'm not sure what's happening. I'm not sure what's happening here at Kids First this morning. I think our ghost is being mean to us.
Hey, Melissa, Diana, Janet. I think I spoke to everybody. Emily's not there.
Hello.
She's standing.
Okay, Miss Dinah, can you hear me now? She can hear me. Yay!
Hi, Elizabeth. If y'all can hear me, give me a thumbs up. You can hear me, Miss Janet?
Hold on, I'll go try to help her.
Okay. And Emily. Her video's gone. You can hear me, Emily? Give me thumbs up.
Emily says your video is on. Can someone say something just for a second?
Is her and Melissa in the same room, Janet?
No, this is in the
Huh?
in the other room, but I'm making sure.
You talking, Melissa?
It just cut Melissa out right now. I have to call in. I'm so sorry.
You can hear me now, Janet? Miss Janet.
I don't see the ball here. Video. Where my
Can you hear me, Caitlin?
That was stressful.
Really, Melissa?
Now I can hear them.
You can hear now, Janet? So, excuse me, do we have everybody on here? Miss Diana, how many teachers supposed to have?
I think everybody's here. I don't know if Miss Dinah can talk or not.
Okay, the picture disappeared from my screen.
So it's 6 of y'all.
Yes, ma'am.
Melissa, can you hear me? Calm down.
It keeps putting me off, and like I barely hear what you guys are saying because it's so laggy and just like.
If you can go to somebody else's room and excuse me, be on there with them, that can work. And
That's
just
what
do
Kaylee keeps
your
saying.
own e-learning to do your quizzes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm gonna still try it this way, but if it puts me off again, I'm just gonna go sit by Kaylee.
Okay. So what about Tamaya, Miss Diana? She gonna be logging on?
Tanaya, I don't know. She's
Tanaya.
not logging on, and I don't think.
We should have 6.
And Alicia's not logging on either. It's just 6.
7.
Okay.
7.
and Alicia's not.
7 of us total.
Okay, I think I have all 7 of y'all.
That's
And like I said, if you your video go out or anything, you can go and get on a video with somebody else at the center, just as long as you log into your own e-learning once we get through and take your quizzes on your own account. Everybody got me? You just know it? Okay. So after all this, how's everybody this morning?
Wonderful.
A thumbs up, Melissa.
She's moving to my computer and she threw a rug, so she's good now.
Okay.
Yeah, we got to see that on Janet's camera.
Okay. And Jen, you can hear. Okay. All right, we're gonna go ahead and get started. And this morning it is active supervision for your first one. So we're gonna wake y'all up a little bit. And also to know that y'all been on here before, so make sure your video, your mic is muted unless you speak to us. And for some of those that's on a laptop or computer, you can hold down your space bar to speak, or you just unmute yourself to speak when we start talking with each other. Okay. I'm trying to get my stuff together. The goal is for you to be able to promote the most effective strategy to allow children to explore the environment safely indoors and outdoors. Your objectives are to describe what active direct supervision looks like, state program strategy for maintaining accountability through supervision, design outdoor environments to promote effective supervision, describe how supervision changes during rest time and during toileting, plan how to provide active direct supervision outdoors. So I have to ask, and I know it's up there. Oops, sorry, y'all. So what is supervision? Anybody want to tell me without looking at my screen?
Just actively keeping an eye and ears out for children, or well, anybody, even fellow staff.
Okay, keeping eyes out for children, fellow staff. Anybody else want to chime in?
Being present at all times.
Being present at all times, okay. Anybody else want to add to what supervision is? Okay, since we've gotten those definitions. So why is supervision important? Why do we have supervision?
To keep ourselves and the children safe.
To keep yourself and the children safe, okay? What else?
There you are, you're right up there at the top. Can y'all hear me now?
Yes, ma'am, I can hear you and see you.
All right, thank you.
So Emily said to keep the teachers and the students safe. What else? Why, anybody else want to tell me why supervision is important?
Melissa says to prevent accidents.
I know it's early. Trust me. We got to wake up a little bit.
There's another one is to make
Melissa,
sure that all the children are not biting each other.
Who was speaking? I missed that because I barely heard them.
Elizabeth said to prevent them from biting, and Melissa said to prevent accidents.
Okay, all that. What else? Yeah, I know if y'all don't start talking to them, I'll go through my little list and start calling names when we start going on further. Miss Emily. No, you've told me. Miss Janet. Why you think supervision is important?
Well, that's our primary goal, is to take care of these children and make sure they have a safe environment so that they can learn things.
Everything that everybody said, ma'am. I'm sorry.
Can you guys hear Miss Diana's phone?
Huh? Okay. So our first priority is to keep the children that is in your care safe from harm, though it is not easy as it may sound. And we all work long enough to know that we got some that'll sneak off, that we can't catch everyone, but that is our goal to make sure we keep them safe. So the younger the children are, the more dependent they are on the adults around them. So you must provide active indoor and outdoor supervision at all times. And a lot of teachers, they don't think of outdoor as part of active supervision because they are quote unquote running free. But we have to think outside as well because that's where a lot of accidents happen. Let Miss Diana back in. You in there, Miss Diana? You can hear me? So
she said that she's there. She's got 2 going. That way, in case somebody loses one, they got another one.
Okay, you can hear on that one. Give me thumbs up, Diana. Okay, so supervision describes the way adults help protect children from injury or other harm. Supervision, an active process, it involves watching, listening, interacting, monitoring, and preventing problems. According to the American Academy of Pediatrics, active and positive supervision involves knowing each child's abilities. If you know you have a toddler who just now started walking, you got to make sure you watch out for them and make sure there's nothing in their way when they go to walking around the classroom or outside on the playground. You got to make sure you establish clear and simple safety rules. You need to go over your rules every day with your kids so they can know. And also, at the beginning of the school year, let them help you make your rules for your classroom because they'll be able more better to understand them and to remember them if they help you make them. You got to be aware of and scanning for potential safety hazards. What does that mean?
You're supposed to check your environment to make sure that it's safe for the kids, like before you go outside and stuff, and make sure there's no spiders or ants or creepy crawlers.
Okay.
Snakes. Or tigers or bears or mine.
Yes, make sure we're scanning, we're looking for anything, snakes, ants. You got to be careful of bees as well because when I was in the classroom, our playground had like, I don't know why, but under the playground, under the material, they had like bees. So you have to be aware of bees as well. So you got to be standing in a strategic position. What do we mean by standing in a strategic position?
Not standing and socializing with the other teachers.
You need to be able to see the kids at all times, and you need to keep moving because you need to be on the ready in case little Johnny decides that he's going to jump off the top of that tree that we got outside now.
Yes, we got to be ready and wait for everything. That not only applies outside, it applies in the classroom as well. You know how we like to get together and huddle and talk about something that done happened that morning, or you seen little Johnny doing something on the playground when you get back inside. So it applies inside as well. You just place yourselves on opposite end of the room so you can see one way, they can see the other way. So it applies in the classroom and outside. You gotta make sure you scanning play activities and circulating around the area. As Melissa was saying, don't huddle together, socialize, and walk around. As you know, right now, especially outside, and we're supposed to be on that 6 feet distance, social distance. So walk around outside. I know it gets hot, we get sweaty, that heat gets to us, but while we're outside, we need to be walking around, playing, interacting, and watching all at the same time. You got to focus on the positive rather than the negative to teach you what is safe for the child and other children. What do we mean by that? No, Kaylee, Emily, give me a second.
Wait, did you say no, we can't answer?
Yes, because I need other people to talk to me too.
Wait, did you call me Emily?
And that's Melissa, by the way.
Who I call her?
You said Emily.
She is an
Sorry.
overachiever, so I get it.
Emily, you want to answer this question for me since they're talking about you?
Repeat it for me. You kind of broke up the first time.
I'm sorry. I said we're talking about focus on the positive rather than the negative to teach what is safe for the child and other children. What do we mean by that? What do you think?
The more you harp on the negative actions that the child is doing outside, the more they put it in their brain. And so they're going to want to keep repeating, in my opinion, keep repeating the negative action. But if you influence them to do the positive action that you want them to do, then they'll start to in a sense, reprogram their brain to automatically choose the positive way to use something instead of the negative way to use something.
Exactly. We need to focus on tell them what they can do instead of telling them what they can't do. Like you were saying, they'll understand and remember it better. Okay, I can do this, I can do that. But if you keep telling them what they can't do, they're gonna do it just because you said don't do it. So let them know what they can do. Thank you, ma'am. Sorry about that, Melissa. So supervision is much more than what it involves all your skills as a teacher and caregiver. Supervision is your responsibility and commitment to the families who have trusted you with their children. It is also your responsibility and commitment to the children who rely on your guidance, nurture, protection, and support. You got to act to avoid problems before they occur. So you got to be proactive. You got to think. You know you got little Johnny, he real hyper, so you got to think, okay, do this need to be in Johnny's way when we go outside? Do I need to have this many blocks over here? Do I need to have such and such? You got to think. Little Johnny hyper. What we got to do to help little Johnny out. So that's all you got to do. You got to think proactive. You got to think ahead. So during conversation with your co-teacher, you got to discuss safety issues and make necessary adjustments. You got to be available to step in if necessary. You can supervise while playing with infants and toddlers to support their social development. It is possible. You can play and watch the other kids. How your environment is arranged can either help or hinder supervision. If there are areas that make being able to see more difficult, then it's important that you position yourself so that you can see what's going on at all times. Hazards in the environment can pop up at any time, so frequently scan the room for possible hazards and taking necessary actions to prevent injury. So we're going to talk about keeping children safe and maintain accountability for children. So children move quickly, and it's uncommon for children to attach themselves to another group, slip out an open door, or hide during a transition. There are several important strategies to ensure that all children are accounted for at all times. And trust me, it does happen, and most time it is on the playground. You get ready to line up. Little Susie, you see her, you've counted her. By the time you get ready to walk in the door, you count again. Where is Susie? She done ran back with the other classroom because she felt like she was at the end. You tapped her head to count her. She felt like she was good to go, and she sneak out. So you got to make sure every time you going in, you line up, you going in, and where you got to count those kids to make sure nobody doubles back because they will. So somebody count children, match your name to face. You do a roll call. So do y'all do roll call when you're coming in from outside or going outside?
No, but that seems like something that we should do. That might be fun and interactive for the kids.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think they would like that because it would include, they feel included.
Instead of just quickly counting.
Yeah, and also they get to recognize their name instead of John being called John. He gonna know his name is Jonathan, and then also get the other kids to recognize the other children in their classroom instead of just pointing at him did it. You be like, who was him? Then maybe he can tell you that's Jonathan. So you might want to start that. You get ready to go outside, do a roll call, and y'all have only 8 kids in your classroom. That shouldn't be in no time taken away. Do a quick roll call. Huh? So yes, you got to count on a scheduled basis at every transition and leaving one area and arriving at another. You should count children approximately every 15 minutes. So what do we mean by that every transition?
Every time you go, from inside to outside, or maybe the air conditioner went out in one room, so you got to take them to another room, and, you got to count them when you're moving them from room to room.
Exactly. Not just when you're going from inside to outside the playground. Anytime you move from your classroom to any other place, you need to count. When you're going back to your classroom, you need to count your kids, because kids, they do get away from you. And you know, you keep your eye on them at all times. There's a chance that one will slip away and dart off to another classroom, or they might still be in the bathroom. We never know. So every time you move, you count your kids. And make it a game. I let them help you count. They do 1, 2, 3, touch their head so you can know that they're there. Let them count with you, and start letting a line leader count. That way you getting them counting, they getting to know their numbers, their row count. Okay. Be sure you can state the number of children in your care at all times. And I have a little solution that we had when I was in the classroom. We had got those little white, the white erase board at the Dollar Tree, just like little square ones. You can put it on your wall, and when you do roll call, if you got all 8 of your kids, you put 8 on there. So that way, if Miss Diana need to come in and take over your class, or need to know how many you have without interrupting you, she can look on that board and say, okay, they got all 8 of their kids today, so they're good. Or how many you got in there, and then you change your number every time somebody leaves. Like one leave early, make sure you change that from 8 to 7. And those work good in the classroom, help us keep up, and especially you have a sub or somebody that come in the middle of the day, you know, how many kids do you have? It's easy to look up there, like, okay, she got 8 kids, so you're gonna go to count 1, 2, 3, make sure you got 8 in that classroom. So that was something that worked. Record the count on a attendance sheet or pocket card. Y'all do attendance every day, correct? Okay, so that's not an issue right there. And note any children who leave the group, like I was just saying, those who go with another adult to get the breakfast card, or those who are picked up early. Keep them in a note, those who are going to do a job by taking the cart back, if y'all allow that. But really pay attention to those who leave early. And also, if you have 7 at your regular time when you do attendance, you have 1 to come in, make sure you note that as well. Any questions so far about having accountability for children? Okay. So, who can tell me anything about ratios? Miss Elizabeth? Is she still with us? I can't hear you. You went out.
Okay, mute yours. Okay, now speak.
On ours. You can speak on ours.
All right, now talk.
I think a ratio means how many children you have in a classroom.
It has to do something how many children you have in the classroom, and what else?
That's all I can think of.
You got this. You got this. Don't overthink it.
No, I really don't know anything else.
Okay.
She says she doesn't know anything else.
Oh, that's fine. We're here to learn. That's what we're here for. Anybody want to help her out? Miss Janet?
You just not gonna let me talk.
How many children to each teacher is your ratio?
How many children to each teacher? Yes, you was halfway there, Elizabeth, but it's how many children per teacher? You gotta know that a ratio applies at all time. Good ratio optimize care and help children stay. Your program ratio must be maintained at all times, and you must be diligent about maintaining an appropriate staff to child ratio. And this is important for the children's well-being and for your own. And you have to refer back to your DHR minimum standards to get your ratio. Standard ratio applies indoors and outdoors. So don't think because you 2 classrooms out there that you can go and do whatever you want to do, take your break, go make a phone call, or just do whatever. Your ratio when you go outside still applies as it is on the inside in the classroom. And it should be just as more important because you got more children on the playground that all eyes need to be on. And you know that you never leave a classroom out of ratio. That is a big no-no. We all know that. So got to maintain accountability for children at all times. You always got to know how many children are in your group. You should be able to say how many children. You got to regularly count name to face and counter every transition, as we were just talking about a while ago. So the whole thing about accountability is count, count, count. So we got some activities that we need to go through that I'm gonna show on the next slide and let y'all read them. And Emily, nope. Kaylee, I'm gonna let you have the first one. How about
Oh,
that?
now you're gonna let me talk. I see how it is.
Yeah.
Melissa gets no love. What is this?
All right, so this one I'm reading.
Yes.
You and Shayla work together in a preschool classroom. You are pregnant and experiencing morning sickness. You're not ready to tell anyone at work yet. This morning, you felt especially ill and had to run to the adult restroom during the morning meeting. There were 13 children in the classroom at the time.
So what's the issue here?
You left your classroom out of ratio.
Left your classroom out of ratio. And why? Could it have been avoided?
Yeah, I mean, you should have told your director or somebody. That way you could have been like, I need some assistance. I got a situation. That's all you got to say. You ain't even got to say no more. You just got to call for help.
Exactly. It's like we just said a while ago, never leave your classroom out of ratio. There's always going to be somebody there that can help you. So call down the hallway, yell like, hey, I need to go somewhere. I need to go to the bathroom real quickly. It's an emergency. And they'll be more than willing to come in there. Just make sure that you try your best to keep that ratio in the classroom. Anybody else want to add to that before we go to the next one? All right, Melissa, have at it.
Hold on, give me a second. Okay. You and 2 other adults are supervising 20 preschool children. During free play this morning, you turn to ask your co-teacher, Marsha, a question. You cannot find her in the classroom. Through the vision panels in the door, you see her in the hallway on her cell phone. Oh no. She did not say a word to you or the other adult before stepping out. Bye, Felicia. No, I'm just kidding.
So what's going on with this scenario?
She needs her priorities in check because no cell phone call is more important than the safety of those kids in that classroom.
Okay. So what should she have done to begin with?
Not had her phone in the classroom.
She could have easily been like, hey, I need a moment.
Yeah, to the director or something. You don't just answer the phone call.
Yeah, so we know emergencies come up and she may have been expecting that phone call. We understand that. But at the same time, she still got to maintain the ratio, to maintain her job. So she should have said something to the teacher and got someone in there with you. So doing all this, what possibly could have happened before you turned around and realized she was gone?
Yeah, because if you were like changing a diaper or something and you were thinking there was another teacher in here, you're not going to be you're still going to be looking up at the rest of the kids, but not as much or not quite aware that you're the only teacher in there. So more accidents can happen. Little Johnny could hit little Susie, or you could be like some of my kids in the classroom and just twerk on the table. Anything like that can happen in that moment. So,
and also we have to be more vigilant about that. As you said, you're going to think because there's 2 of y'all in there, you're not going to pay as much attention because there's 2. But now we have to think about, okay, I'm in here by myself. Regardless, there's 2. You have to always think that, okay, let me look, because there's no telling where. And Kayla, I'm going to use you since y'all sitting right there together. There's no telling where Kaylee's mind is, that she's there, she's looking, that's what you're thinking, she's paying attention, but at the same time, his mind is everywhere. I'm sure it happened, hadn't it, Kaylee?
Yeah, squirrel.
But no, seriously, you have to think like that. You know, body's there, but my mind is not. It's like, she's looking, you probably looking at her, she probably just in there like, she's scanning the room, but at the same time, she's thinking, okay, what has happened here at home, or what has happened yesterday? Something else.
We all have off days.
So you always have to think to yourself, okay, I'm here. I got to pay more attention because there's no telling what my co-teacher's going through, and it's vice versa. Okay, if it was you, you got to make sure you understand that you got to pay attention because Melissa there, but not all the way there. So we
Melissa
have to
derails
always
a few
think
times a
like
day.
Okay, Miss Caitlin, you want to take that one for me?
Yeah.
Thank
You are in charge of the evening care program at your center. Your shift usually begins at 6 p.m., but you are running a few minutes late this evening. I'll make it by 6:02, you tell yourself, so you don't call your supervisor. When you arrive, you see a small group of children playing on the playground, but you do not see an adult with them. That's dangerous. You immediately tell the front desk as you move towards the playground. Somehow the staff person covering the 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. shift, left without telling anyone. She was alone with children and surveillance cameras were running. You cannot believe it. That's just all kinds of no. You do not leave until you have somebody to cover. Yeah. And first off, obviously, if you're going to be any amount of late, you need to tell your supervisor, whether it's a minute or 5 or whatever. I don't like this scenario. It makes me all kinds of mad.
you know, these are scenarios that can possibly happen. You don't ever know what goes through people's mind. You got some people, I get off at 6 regardless of what happens. And
Right.
that anywhere you work, they say you get off at 6, it don't mean you're going to get off at 6 if your job is not complete, especially in child.
Right.
It say 6 o'clock, well, you job 4:30, 5 o'clock, but if you still got little Johnny still sitting there waiting on mama, guess what? You got to sit there and wait with Johnny to wait on his mama.
Exactly. You can't leave them alone. That's a great way for them to run off and get into something, get hurt. No.
Mm-hmm. And another thing, what's going on with this scenario besides you didn't call in, say you was going to be late, then your co-teacher left regardless, what else going on?
I want to know why the people at the front desk didn't notice.
Thank you.
Okay, front desk wasn't paying no attention.
Yeah, what are they doing? Playing Candy Crush or something?
Unless she slipped out of back door, but yes, our front desk, they need to be aware as well. What else? One more thing I need y'all to touch on, see if y'all can catch it in this scenario.
The surveillance cameras?
No, you know, those are things now. Everybody has cameras, so.
What about the fact that you tell the front desk and then you still go towards the classroom? Does the front desk get up and go find out what's going on, or I'm confused? I'm sorry.
What about she was alone?
Okay, it didn't say how many children were there. It just said a small group, but it said that the teacher that worked the 10 to 6 shift was alone with the children. So, according to how many children, that might have also been a problem. There should have been somebody there with her, so that there would be somebody there until the next guy.
Exactly. Regardless of how many kids she had, we got to have 2 sets of eyes on our kids at all times. Whether you got 1 or 2 in your classroom that may be under ratio, but you follow your ratio, but at the same time with Head Start, you have to make sure you got 2 sets of eyes on that class, on your students, because let's say you just got little Johnny and little Susan in there. One of them go back and say, you hit them. Who word is it? That people going to listen to the kids before they listen to teachers majority of the time. Unless you got the cameras running, they can show it. But just because something be said and you're by yourself, you don't have anybody to say, okay, no, we were in there together. This did not happen. It's better to have 2 sets of eyes than 1, regardless of how many children you have. So yes, Miss Jan, that was it. She was left. She was alone. There should have been 2 teachers with her. Okay, but we know none of this is going to happen over there at Kids First. Okay, let's see. Who haven't I called? Miss Jan, you want to take that one, even though you spoke on the last one? If I can hear you.
You said me? Dominic is a new co-teacher in your classroom. He's doing a nice job jumping into the classroom routine, but you have a few concerns. He seems to struggle with paperwork. You have to remind him several times to check children in on the attendance roster. Today his shift started before yours. When you arrive at work, none of the children in the classroom have been entered on the daily attendance roster. Well,
Okay, so what's going on here? Pick it apart. I think I lost Miss Janet. She froze on my end. Anybody want to help her out? I think she's having a little difficulty. She's froze on my end, so she's talking to me. I can't hear her. I see her frozen.
I can barely hear you.
Okay. Anybody else want to take this one for? Melissa.
Sorry, she was very laggy and she's sitting right there. So like I didn't even like hear the whole thing. So I have to read.
That's why I know. I was like,
myself.
she's froze on my end, so I know I can't.
Oh, so something that happens all the time here. I'm just joking.
So I would very, very nicely, and I would say, you know, my face says something different than what's going to come out of my mouth. So remember that.
You have to work on it.
That is a very vital thing to do, Mr. Dominic. So it's for the safety of the children and to make sure that we're covered. You have to do the attendance as the children are coming in. You have to, and health checks and wash their hands.
Okay, so you gonna put it all on Dominic?
But see, I would have already told Dominic all of this.
You know, you could be like, hey, I understand that the morning was a little bit crazy. Come on over here and do you understand how to do like if it's on the computer, do you understand how to enter, you know, on Child Plus, you know, the whatever I'm trying to say, the classroom, enter the children. You know what I'm trying to say. And if maybe he's struggling with it and maybe he doesn't want to come out and be like, man, I don't even know what I'm talking about today. Can you help me? You could be like, hey, let's go through this together.
So
to make sure that it gets
bad cop thing. I see what you're doing.
Also, what we can do is, like we was talking about the other one, she's from 10 to 6. She coming at 10, she leave at 6. Maybe you get there a little early to Dominic get in the routine. You don't necessarily have to do it for him, but you be there as a support that's made what he needs. Because we know everybody don't get into early childhood care as easily. So even though
you gotta be supportive.
Huh? I didn't hear you.
I said you just got to be supportive of your co-teachers, and we all were new at one point.
Exactly.
And we all know we didn't catch on immediately when we first started.
Exactly. That's what we have to think. We got to put ourselves in those shoes. You've been here 10 years. He only been here 10 days. We have to weigh those options. Like I said, because he coming in at 8, you schedule 8:30. Maybe you can get there a little early to help him. Not help. You don't have to jump in and do it for him, but be that support. Like he may need that. May look back at you like, am I doing it right? You just go to him like, yeah, you got this. He may need that because everybody else is busy busting around. And like I said, he's 6 days in. Like you said, he may not know what's going on. I already said the classroom's jumping. All right. So we're going to talk about supervising children inside. We have any questions or concerns so far? Okay. So good classroom design is the first step in effective supervision. You should design your classroom with low shelves, clear traffic patterns, and safe materials. You must also teach children the safety rules for the classroom, and your daily safety inspection should ensure that you have taken all preventive measures to keep children safe. So I know I've been in your classroom before, so you do have the low shelves. You're just gonna make sure we have those smaller kids that you check back there, because trust me, they can hide. I had a little boy. He might have been he's about 4, but you wouldn't think he was 4 years old. He was able to fit off inside my kitchen. That's how small he was. He was able to fit off in the shelf in the kitchen. And we actually was looking for him. We knew he was in the classroom. We were like, where did he go? And just so happened we heard him giggling. He was inside a kitchen shelf. That's how small he was, and the baby get in there. So you got to be vigilant about things, even though your shelves are low where they're supposed to be at, and you can stand and look, okay, you can see your tall kid, you see your medium height child, but you got to be real mindful of those ones that are shorter and smaller than the other kids. So good teaching is good supervision. You got to join children in the areas. You got to observe the children. You got to have meaningful conversations. You sit or kneel at their eye level. You got to interact with children so you know their strengths and their needs. Yes, we tell you to watch them, stand back and make sure you count, but at the same time, you got to get in there. You got to interact with your kids in the area. If they're going into the block area, go over there and position yourself to where you're in the block area playing, but at the same time, you're still keeping an eye on the rest of the classroom. That's what we have to get in the habit of doing. You gotta know that children needs change all the time. Supervision must change too. You must think on your feet to keep your children safe. You sitting there watching and you see something about to happen, you got baby get over there and hopefully prevent it before it happens. So supervision, doing play and learning. Doing play and learning, you should be able to easily see children at a glance in all parts of the room. Your noise level should be maintained that allow you to hear infants' cooes, sounds of distress, and the language of toddlers. You got to stay within easy reach of infants and toddlers, no more than an arm's length away. Some activities require closer supervision. Tummy time, sand or water play, or use of climbing equipment, for example, present greater injury if children are left unattended. So even when they're playing, because we're, like I keep saying, we're standing back, observing and watching, we got to get in there with them, especially like they were saying in the sandbox, because we know we turn our back sooner or later, somebody's going to have that sand in their mouth. So we got to make sure we pay that attention.
Guaranteed somebody's going to eat that sand as a snack.
Yes. They want to taste it. They want to see it. They got to get that extra nutrient in. So yeah, they're probably going to put in there. And also you got to pay attention to water play, because we don't know where the hands being, so we don't want them to just keep drinking it, because that have happened before. They want to drink the water out the water play. So you got to make sure you're a mouth and watching that as well. Even though you got an inch of water in that box, you still got to pay attention. So with your non-mobile infants, you got to make sure you sit close to them and protect them from the mobile infants and the toddlers. And I think in your classroom, y'all have that barrier that you can put them in, but still, because they have that barrier, you still need to pay attention, be close to them in case anything happens. So you gotta make sure you allow infants and toddlers to interact with their peers, to develop social skills, and your presence will not only protect infants, but it will facilitate socialization. So supervision doing routine care. What is routine care?
Changing diapers, cleaning up after lunch, stuff like that. The stuff that we do on a normal day-to-day basis instead of like random activities that we decide to try.
Just basic care. That's not what I was going to say, but that's what came out of my mouth. Okay, then.
So we see the routine care and something that goes every day and includes your meals and your snacks, your diaper and your toileting, the arrival and departure, your nap. They all require vigilant supervision. And why is that? Why do these supervisions need to be vigilant on these certain activities?
The children are safe as they
Hold on.
You still part of my answer, Elizabeth.
Go ahead, Elizabeth. Say it from my computer because we can't hear you on yours.
Oh, my computer's messed up.
Okay, just say it.
Hold on.
All right, spit it out any day now.
To make sure that stop it, Melissa. I can't do this.
You're me. That's why I laugh, because
Okay.
we're so much
To
alike.
make sure that all the children haven't noticed that they when they leave, so you're not worried and freaking out that where's the child. That's not what I'm trying to say.
Here.
I'm lost.
Woosah.
So it's okay. It's okay.
What was the
No,
question?
Learning.
She made me laugh.
Oh, you're gonna put this all on me?
That's Alexa's fault.
Listen, what was the question? So she could get her thought process back.
We was talking about routine care like meals, snacks, diaper and toileting, arrival, departure, and nap. Why do they require vigilant supervision?
Okay, Elizabeth, now say your answer.
For nap time is to make sure that all the children have are still sleeping.
Keeping them safe.
Yeah, keep them safe and not choking themselves or anything or sleep or anything. For the departures to make sure that you know who has left and not freak out where's this person and to know who is arriving too.
It's just keeping them safe during that time.
Yeah,
And
basically.
they're so young, they need help on how to learn how to properly do everything. So they need that supervision to teach them.
Yes, all of that. Yes, because of meals and snacks, because you got some that is starting to eat on their own. So you got to make sure you keep an eye on them that they don't choke or put too much food.
Make sure that they don't eat other people's food.
Yeah, make sure little Johnny don't steal little Susie's food every time.
Exactly. We got to make sure they eat their own food. And also with the diaper and toileting, especially when we're on the changing table, we got to make sure we keep a hand on that child while we're changing that way. So we won't have a roller that's rolling or a kicker that's having to be kicking so much that they'll be able to fall off. So we got to make sure we keep an eye on them. And like I said, with arriving depart, you got to know who's there, who's leaving. So you want to leave nobody behind. And nap, like she was saying, make sure they're sleeping, make sure they're still breathing. I know that sounds a little extreme, but that's what you have to keep an eye on. Make sure. So we got to make sure bottle-fed infants and older infants should be held, or if the child is able to hold their bottle, they need to be seated. Infant toddlers should always be seated while eating and drinking. Choking and injury risk is greater when children are on the move. And we already know that we don't eat and run, we don't eat and walk. We want to make sure they're sitting at their table and they're eating their food while they're sitting down. And you also need to be within the arm's reach of children who are eating and maintain visual supervision. Choking is a silent accident. So we got to make sure we check on those, make sure their food is cut up and they're not stuffing their mouths. How about arrival and departure? It's the transfer of care to and from the home. Greeting each family member and child upon arrival is a conscious and visible strategy to say, I am aware and happy that you are here. So we know we have some parents that are be in a hurry a lot. They're running late, they got something to do or something. They come in, they sign, they push their child on in. And sometimes you don't notice that child coming. So when you know it's about time for kids to start arriving, somebody need to be paying attention to that door so you can speak to your parents, acknowledge them so that you can acknowledge that you see Johnny coming into the classroom. You got to make sure, you know, because you don't see Johnny coming and you wonder like, where did he come from? He's already been there 5 or 10 minutes, but because you wasn't paying attention to that door, you didn't know, you kept your eye over here that the 4 that you did have, that you knew. You got to make sure you pay attention to that. And also when they leave, you're more vigilant about when they leave than when they come in. So make sure they're dry, they're ready to leave when it's time to come get them. And again, you acknowledge that they're leaving, tell them goodbye, have a good afternoon. Make sure that when the parents sign them in, that they sign them in with their full name and they sign them out with their full name as well. So they have to sign them in and sign them out. So we talked about diaper and toileting earlier. I was telling you, when especially on the changing table, make sure you have a hand on that baby at all times when you're changing. Because like I said, we have rollers, we have some that kicks that makes them move. Even though we think they're just a baby, they're not moving yet. But kids do surprise us, so we got to make sure we're paying attention to that. And in nap time. So active supervision during nap is critical. Infants should be directly observed by sight and sound at all times. I know you play music, during nap time, but your music shouldn't be so loud that you drown out the sound in the classroom. It should be loud enough just to give them a soothing sound to go to sleep with. So this includes when they're going to sleep and waking up, especially if you have those babies in the crib. You need to pay attention to when they're waking up and seeing what's going on with them. So you gotta make sure you see their face, you gotta view the color of their skin, and to check on their breathing. Infant must always be placed on their backs for sleeping. So remember the back to sleep campaign. You put them on their back to go to sleep. If they roll over, that's fine. So on their crib, need a baby, say Johnny can roll over by himself. That way, if the state was to come in and see that they were not on their back, they would know why. So you gotta make sure you take each child individual need into consideration. If a child with mobility issues or special health concern is napping in the room, additional adults should be on call, and always consider the number of adults who will be required to help evacuate the children in the event of emergencies. So ratios need to be kept during nap time as well. If this video will play, it will. And y'all give me a thumbs up if you can hear it and see it. Can y'all see the video?
Watch as Christy uses active supervision strategies. She notices a problem and uses positive guidance techniques to help the children know what to do.
Okay, I will be right back. I need to go have a talk with the girls. Okay. No, we got it. Come here. Girl meeting. I was walking. Girl meeting. Where do we play tag at? Outside. Outside. Are we outside? No. And what kind of feet do we use inside the classroom? Walking feet. And what were my eyes seeing you guys do? We just play hide and seek. Running. How about Is that safe? No. Okay. So can we try it again and maybe go to dramatic play and walk over there? Okay, let's go try it. Aaron was running. I was tippy toe. Okay, well, tippy toe. All right.
Y'all know how she handled that. She didn't get very upset. She talked with them and she actually told them what they should be doing instead of what they shouldn't. So that's how you should handle your situation in your classroom and to be vigilant. Okay, we're gonna talk about supervision during transitions. Transition infant toddlers from indoors to outdoors and back indoors involves precise accounting. There are so many opportunities, especially for toddlers, to get separated from the group during transition. It's like we were talking about earlier, especially when you're coming in from outside, if you have at least 2 other classrooms on the playground. You're gonna have that one at the end or somewhere close to the end. They always come on to run back and finish playing. So when you line them up on the playground, make sure you count. And like I said, a good thing is to tap them on the head as you go, so that way you can physically know that that child is there as well. And then when you're going through the door, you need to count them. So make sure you leave with, you counted 8 to begin with, make sure 8 goes in the door. So like I said, supervision and accountability is all about count, count, count. Whenever you are moving, count your kids. And make sure you're in the classroom together. Be like, hey, we got 8 kids today, or 7, how many you got? Make sure you communicate with your co-teacher. And make sure both of you are counting. You count 8, she counts 7. So somewhere along the way, we need to find out where the other child is at, or who miscounted. So I always got to talk with each other. So supervising active learners, infant toddlers, they are active. They use all of their senses to make sense of the world around them. They want to see, touch, smell, taste it all to learn everything they can. Objects that children can come in contact with outdoors are very different from what they find indoors, because we're more vigilant about having safe things on the inside, and there's no telling what they can find on outside that we have missed. So you gotta understand that toddlers and mobile infants learn through oral exploration and don't yet know what is not to be mild. Careful observation will help you know which children need to be supervised more closely. So we're gonna talk about supervising outdoor. Because outdoor play is active, children usually need more supervision outdoors. Adult-child ratio must be followed. You should also be able to contact another adult for help if needed without leaving the children. That's what we was talking about earlier. A lot of teachers don't think of being actively supervised. Don't think about supervision on the playground because they think they're just free and they're out. But a lot of accidents happen on the playground, so you got to make sure, especially on those slides, the swings, because when they're swinging, somebody will walk behind in front of the child that's swinging, and then they'll go an accident. So playground design is an important part of supervision. The playground equipment should be organized so adults can see all children at all times. And if you stand in a spot and you can't see majority of your playground and your kids, you need to kind of position yourself for where you can. And as we was talking about earlier, there's no sense in huddling together talking about what happened yesterday or what's going to happen later on today. We need to be able to spread apart. It's hot. And if you have shade on the playground, yes, every teacher is going to try to get that shade, because I was one of those teachers that went for the shade. So what we had started doing was we rotated. So that way I won't be up on the shade tree the whole time. So like after 5 or 10 minutes, everybody got some of that shade tree. So it might be something you want to think about if you think one person is hoarding the shade, is rotate on the playground, in which everybody should be walking around anyway, trying to make sure they get all parts of that playground seen about. We kept saying adults should stand strategically so they can supervise all areas. This means adults will not stand or sit together on the playground. Adults should spread out, watching, listening, and interacting with the children. You got to be wary of having long discussion or intense play with a child or a small group of children while supervising a zone. It's okay to have that tea party with little Susie, but while you're having that tea party, don't get so engaged with her that you forget about the other 7, 15 kids that's on the playground. So while you're having that tea with her, be having that tea, but at the same time, you're looking around and seeing what everybody else is doing. Each child is different. Some require more supervision and some require less. That's when we got to know our kids and what's going on with them. Each area on the playground, each type of activity requires a different level of supervision. So supervision must vary according to the needs of each child, the experience, and the activity. So never depend on toddlers to keep themselves safe or to follow the safety rules. Outdoor supervision requires you to continuously scan and move through the environment. Having supervision zones is an effective way to ensure that the entire environment is covered. If you notice that there are a lot of accident happens on the slide, then somebody need to be there at the slides, making sure that they can go up and come down safely. Supervision involves interaction. Somebody tell me what that means.
You need to ask those open-ended conversations. Blah, blah. You need to ask those open-ended conversations to the kids and just be interacting and conversating with them while you're still watching them, and that way they're still learning.
And tuning in.
That Cox campus tuning in. Yes, Emily, you have something to say. I see you unmuted yourself.
I was going to say the same thing that Kaylee was saying.
Okay. Yes, you got to interact. Supervision don't mean just stand there and watch. You got to interact. You got to see what's going on. Who knows? Like I said, they are active. They're going to learn. They're going to run. Yes, ma'am.
And I mean, just from all the trainings that we do, and this is repeated, I guarantee 2,000 times already, that's why it sticks with me. Children learn better when they're safe and when we're on their level, interacting with them and playing with them. Even though they don't realize that we're just like making sure they stay safe, they think we're just like a big kid playing with them. But in reality,
we are. Melissa is.
In reality, we, by interaction with them, have become their safe place.
Exactly.
And still being professional and in the being a supervisor to, all the children.
Mm-hmm. And we always have to make sure. Why do you always want to?
I'm sorry, I'm not used to someone being on my computer.
That lone child that likes to just play by themselves. I know we all have kind of a few in our class. Someone's always got to tune in with that kid to make sure that that kid's being engaged and not just walking around by themselves in their own little thoughts.
Exactly, because we don't know what's going on. We don't know what happened that morning before they got to school. So yes, we need to tune into those learners as well. And yeah, when a child feels safe, they're gonna want to explore more. They're gonna feel safely to do that. They're gonna be able to run around and give you a flower, pick up something. You be like, "What is that?" But they feel safe with you to do that. Any other comments? Okay. Got another video about interacting. Let's see. Yep, supervisors for safety.
Young children are natural risk takers. It's our job to help them balance challenges and safety. Watch as Nikki helps children through what could be an unsafe situation.
When you're coming down that hill, you gotta go slow down that hill so you don't get an out. And if you're going too fast, look at Miss Nikki. Go straight into the sand. Okay? Sand. Yeah. So where are you gonna go if you're going too fast? Into the sand, right? Okay.
Nikki did 3 important things here. First, she used her active supervision skills to recognize a possible risk. Second, she took action by letting the boys know she was concerned they might get hurt. She gave them another safe option.
Go straight into the sand.
Finally,
Okay.
she checked in to make sure the boys understood.
That's what we were talking about earlier. Making sure we give them options of what they can do instead of what they can't do. She never did tell them, don't come around that sidewalk speeding before you flip over. She explained to them why they can, and she explained to them what they can do. Go around slowly. If they see they're going too fast, go into the sandbox. That's what we have to do. We have to change our mindset of saying, no, you can't, and to where, yes, this is what you can do. So we need to get in that mindset now. So that's what we need to do. And we're all guilty. I was guilty of it when I was in the classroom. Still guilty of it now, but it's a mindset thing that we have to change ourselves. Okay, so supervision is not a solitary task. It takes both of you in the classroom, everybody in the center. We see one straying away, even though that's not our child, we need to make sure they get back to their classroom. It happens. You will have one out in your class. Hope it don't ever happen, but it have happened. Not in your classroom, you see it going astray, you need to bring it back. Bring the child back, put them in their correct classroom. You supervise best while interacting with your infants and toddlers. You and the infant and toddler will be talking, singing, giggling, making discoveries, having quiet time, sharing a book, exploring toys and materials, sharing one-on-one time, and engaging with peers. Because of your supervision, infant and toddlers are free to learn about themselves, their environment, and the people around them, which promotes a holistic approach to development. So we gotta make sure we stay on our supervision. And what we gotta do, so most thing about accountability when you're leaving one area for another.
Count.
Count. As long as you count, and make sure they stay safe. You leave with 8, you got to come back with 8 unless somebody have come and got them. And if you got 7 out your 8, you need to be looking for that 8th one, figuring out what's going on, where they're at. So do we have any questions, comments about active supervision? Okay. So we're gonna go into our next one. Let me get it set up right quick. So y'all need to take y'all a little potty break for a second. Y'all go ahead and do that.
Thank you. Ma'am?
Before you go, did y'all remember to take your preview for the active supervision before you, all your previews? Well, make sure I tell it at the end.
Can we take the previews at the end, or do we need to go out and do it or something?
Do I need to
No,
do
you
it
can
right
wait till you make sure you do your preview and your review, so that way you can get your certificates.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I'm gonna give y'all a few minutes. Y'all take your little potty break while I set this other PowerPoint up. So I'm gonna give y'all 4 minutes, 9:20. We're gonna start back up. Okay, where's my other one?
Hey, Miss Aretha.
Hey, you got on. Oh, you're Sabrina's office.
No, she left. She brought her tablet back here for me to use, but so I get,
Okay.
because I'm having to type and listen to you at the same time. Some stuff I have to get out. You didn't get my you get my message. I sent you a message on your cell phone.
I've been hearing it buzzing.
Yeah, I had sent you a message to tell you I would come back to my office, but I was gonna be listening. So Miss Serena was so sweet. She brought her tablet back here so I could do that and type on my computer.
Okay.
But I'm here
I'm
though.
just not reading.
Yes, ma'am. But I'm here.
So how was that for you?
It was good. You did a good job. I'm glad you made them all get involved, because some of them just sit there and won't say nothing.
Yes, man. They know how I am. They done been on enough of them now. I'm gonna come out.
All right, darling.
Back at it.
Okay. All right, do I have everybody back on? Let's see. I said Melissa and Kaylee.
Emily, turn your camera back on. She's sitting right in front of it, but she got it off.
Bruh.
She said your name?
No. You're not gonna let me see?
I can't with y'all too.
What you talking about? You know you love us.
I do.
That's not social.
I understand your pain, Sarita. Yes, Sarita. Now
you deal with us.
Yes, Sarita. Now you see what I deal with on a daily basis.
You know you love us.
Bless you.
But on a side note, I got up a minute ago and my shoulders did a rolling pop from one side to the other. And she was like, "Are you okay?"
Like, it was so loud.
So y'all on the floor?
Yeah. Well, yeah.
She got me, and the bar is in my back. This is that ballerina bar, just like in my back. This is where I'm sitting.
I'm sitting on a teacher chair that's in the floor with the beanbag under my knees, with the table set up in front of me.
On top of you? What do you mean? This table is literally on top of you.
I got the hookup.
No. And I saw no in the front.
All right, we're gonna go ahead and get started. More than a babysitting. So, this goal is you be able to understand your role as a professional and express yourself as one. The objectives are for you to understand the importance of professionalism and its implication on children's development to help foster meaningful experiences for the infants and toddlers in your care. Excuse me. Describe characteristics and disposition of effective professional staff members. Explore experiences and activities that lead to professional growth. Discuss the importance of being an ethical staff member, and reflect on the importance of nurturing your sense of professionalism. So we're going to talk about self-reflection. I want you to think for a minute and think about the word professionalism when it comes to your mind. You don't have to write them down unless you want to. So we're going to give you a few seconds to think about professionalism, and everybody's going to have to tell me what comes to their mind when they hear professionalism. So it's up to you if you go ahead and go first, or I call you out.
Dibs on first.
If you're ready, go ahead.
So I start talking first.
Professionalism.
What comes to mind for me for professionalism, and I'm only going to say one thing, that way other people can have it, is the way you present yourself. Like talking professional, you know, just how you carry yourself.
Okay, how you carry yourself, okay?
Oh, sorry. I was almost muted and I forgot she got beside me. Somebody else is unmuted and louder. Okay, Melissa's next.
Don't let them bully you, Caitlin.
We love you, boo. But what comes to mind for me is something I definitely need to work on, because I give everyone me, except for like the kids. Obviously, you know what I mean. I'm not inappropriate to like parents or stuff like that, but like definitely something I need to work on. You know, because people in Child Care Central doesn't need to know that I'm crazy.
I hadn't told them yet.
You haven't told them yet? Okay, good. So I still have a chance.
You were supposed to tell what comes to mind when you hear the word professionalism.
That, something I'm not, yeah.
Oh, okay. That you're not professional.
That's what comes to mind, is that I need to work on.
This is self-reflection. We got to figure out what it is.
Can I mute now?
Yes, you can. So what was that, self-care? Oh.
But turn your mic back off. There we go. Now my mind.
Somebody still have theirs on and where? Okay.
Oh, are we good?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I agree with Kaylee. You know, the way you act. Also, dress is a good one too. You don't want to come in like booty shorts and a crop top or something. For here, obviously, our mandatory is scrubs, but if it weren't, then like a t-shirt that's not derogatory and pants that aren't hanging off, you know.
Yeah. Okay, who's next? Miss Jan, I see you looking at me on my screen, so.
First thing I think about when I hear about professionalism is personal accountability.
Okay.
I kind of think, would I want to see this person or talk to this person? When I think about my own professionalism, and I try to go with that because people are very serious about their children, and they don't want to see some kind of weird looking person with, like Kat said, strange clothes. And I definitely Miss Diana would not let us through the door if we came in with booty shorts.
Exactly. You have to think about what I leave my child with me. Okay. Miss Emily.
I would say you need to be very well mannered. You need to be able to be obviously respectful to parents and people, you know, that are higher than you and stuff like that, and even people that you work with on a daily basis. You need to like be a good human.
Yeah.
You need to be nice and kind and respectful, that kind of thing.
Exactly. Miss Elizabeth.
All right, Miss Elizabeth, go ahead.
In my opinion, I don't even know what professionalism means to a job. I've seen that pop up more than once, so I have nothing to say. All right.
She said she don't have anything to say.
She's learning. She doesn't really know what the word means to her because she's seen it popped up many times. So she's just learning.
Okay. That's what we're here, like I keep saying, that's what we're here for, to learn. And do y'all think y'all are professionals, or do you consider yourself a babysitter?
I have no idea.
When it comes to being here, yes, I consider myself a professional. No, I do not consider myself a babysitter because I'm not in my house. Like being a babysitter, you're more just letting them play. Here we're learning. Every interaction we have in the classroom, we are learning something. Oh, you picked up this block. What color is it? What shape is it? Is it soft? Is it kind of squishy? You know, does it make a sound when you hit it on the table or the floor?
Yeah, and we're making connections to
We're
children,
tuning in.
and we're not just watching them and letting them do their own thing. We're actually building a foundation for children, and I'm growing a lot in this process myself too. So
that's a part of professionalism, growing it yourself. Yes, you are the side of the training more than a babysitter, because there are some parents and other people that do not have children in childcare that consider you a babysitter. Like, I'm taking them to the babysitter. And you cannot let that offend you, as it should, but you can't let it get to you as well, because you are more than a babysitter. You do make those connections. You are a professional, and how you carry yourself says a lot about you. As y'all were saying, how your mannerism, your dress, how you talk with your parents, and also what you think of yourself. If you don't think of yourself as a professional, why should anybody else see you like that? That's what you have to think about. And Miss Elizabeth, we're going to get you there by the end of this next hour about the professional, okay? So working with children and youth requires a commitment to providing the very best care and education. In your daily work, you assume significant roles that greatly affect children, youth, and their families. Therefore, it is critical that you strive for excellence. During this training, you will learn about professionalism and its significance to the field of child and youth care. So we talked about what comes to mind when you hear the word professionalism? Now, what is a professional? We want to give a shot at that.
It's, I have to take one out. It's not just, I mean, let me word this. Being a professional isn't just knowing how to do your job and do it right. It's how you present yourself during your job. Not just being a babysitter and, oh yeah, the kid's over there playing while I'm talking to my friend about what Stevie did last night at the party or something.
Exactly. It's how you carry yourself. And as Melissa said earlier, grow. She said she's still growing. That's what it's all about. You don't get because you, let's say y'all getting your CDAs. Go ahead, Kaylee.
I was going to wait till you was done, but I was just going to say also being willing to learn, being willing to know, you know, I need to step back and let someone show me how to do this better, because obviously it's not working for me. But you just got to be willing to learn something new and willing to listen.
The willingness, that's where I was going with it. Exactly. We got to have that willpower. We don't know it all. There's somebody that's going to know this. You going to know that. Y'all come together so y'all can know this and that. So we got to be able to learn. We got to be able to grow and learn from others. Okay. An early childhood professional is someone who has the personal characteristic, knowledge, and skills necessary to provide programs that facilitate children's learning. This seems like a simplistic definition, but what we do, while it's difficult, is also quite simple. We are facilitators of an environment that allows children to learn and grow, to be safe, and to gather skills and acquire the abilities that they're going to need for later success. So we're growing ourselves and we're helping our kids that's in our care grow just as well. So an early childhood professional is someone who promotes high standards for themselves and make sure that they're doing absolutely the best that they can do for the young children. They hold their colleagues to a high standard as well as their students. And it's important that you hold yourself and other colleagues to high standard, because that's what our children deserve. An early childhood professional also someone who's continuously improving. Hence, you're going through this training this week. I think I had training all week. So you're improving, and those who've been on Child Care Central trainings, that's showing improvement. Because some of you could have just stopped at getting your training hours for your CDA, but you didn't. So you got to learn, got to keep growing. That's what I've been a professional about, not thinking, okay, I got this, I don't need nothing else. You got to keep going and keep going. Because with early childhood, it's ever changing. There's something new every day that's out there when it pertains to early childhood education. So we have to be willing, as y'all said, to learn. We're always trying to expand our knowledge base and to own our skills and abilities. An early childhood professional is someone who finds answers when they are unsure about something. We call upon our resource to figure out the answer so that we can make sure that we're doing our absolute best for our children. We don't know the answer. It's okay. Find it. Find someone who does. We don't have to have all the answers. We just got to be able to find it and see what we can do about it. So how early child professionals are viewed by society relates to many factors. One of which is how we present ourselves. And in order to be viewed as professional, we must act as professionals. You can't say I'm a professional in my field when you don't act like it. Like Caitlin was saying, you come in with your booty shorts on. No, is that acting as a professional? No, because you got to think, would I leave my child with somebody that has on booty shorts? No, that may be something you want to wear on the weekend when you're hanging out with your friends or what have you, but that is not something presentable that you want to wear to childcare or anywhere professional. So you have to act the part as well if you want to play the part. For many years, much of the general public has viewed early care education providers as babysitters. That's what I was telling you earlier. To counter that thinking, the field of early care education through several professional organizations has developed professional standards that describe the competencies needed to be an early care and education professional. These companies include professionalism. Interacting with children, families, and colleagues must always be done in a professional manner. Whether you're an infant and toddler, preschool, or school-age staff member, it is critical to be knowledgeable about and model professional behavior. Because you think you're working with babies, you don't have to present yourself as such, but you do, because you're leaving that pressure on that baby that's going to carry them throughout their lives. So families rely upon the program staff to be much more than babysitters for their children. In your daily work, you make conscious, intentional decisions about how to interact with children, parents, and colleagues. You may also be faced with difficult ethical situations. Professional organizations that work on behalf of children, families, caregivers, and teachers, and youth development workers have created standards and companies to guide child and youth professionals. Each professional organization includes standards that address professional behaviors. Professional organizations rely on research-based principles and bring together highly respected experts to draft and verify the standards and competencies for the field. Infant, toddler, preschool, and school-age providers play powerful roles in children's lives, and your encounters with children and their families leave lasting impressions. What do y'all think about that statement? About your interaction with your families leave a lasting impression?
Is it okay for me to answer it, or do I need to wait? Okay. I was just like, okay. So you said, what did you say again? I'm sorry, I just lost my whole train.
So quick to answer.
I derailed. You said, what does it mean?
About your encounter with your family leaving a lasting impression on them. What are your thoughts?
I mean, I'm gonna use Miss Diana as an example, because I've known her for quite a number of years, and we'll be out and about, and she'll see a parent that she's known from their kids being in her class, and they're like, "You're Miss Diana," and they'll go, "Do you remember her?" "Yeah, that's Miss Diana. She was my daycare teacher. I remember her." And it's just, I want to have that impact. I want, like, I'm not gonna say how many years, like we're gonna say 10 years down the road, because I know Miss Diana's had some that are graduating. But
well, you basically just said the years then.
Well, I didn't say any beyond
you see what
that.
she did, Diana?
Shut up. I didn't say any beyond that. But I'm just saying 10 years down the road, I want to be in Walmart and Camille see me and be like, "That's Miss Kaylee. I remember you because you paid attention and you gave me extra love." Or, you know, whatever it may be, I want to make that positive impact. I definitely don't want a negative impact. I want them to be a happy place.
I ran across one of my ex-students, and he kept looking at me. You know, I spoke to him. I'm like, he don't remember me. And I went over there and spoke to his parents. He's like, "Hey." I'm like, "You remember me?" "Yep. You used to be my teacher when I was in preschool." I was like, "Oh, I didn't think you remembered me." Because he kept looking at me like, you know, like, I'm going to speak to him. That's all I was going to do. I wasn't going to bother him. Like, he don't remember me. But, yeah, it does something to you when they remember you. Even like now, I have some, as you're talking about 10 years, they, let's see, 24, some of my first set of kids, and we still talk. I even have one now that's a daycare teacher, and she does trainings around here with me. So it's like, I felt kind of funny, but she's like, "Hey, Miss Scales." I was like, "You remember me after all these years?" And she's 21 or 22, and she still did. And so, yeah, it makes a difference how you leave and how the kids see you. And you will get that. You keep teaching them. You keep being that sweet person in the classroom. You'll get it.
Don't worry, they're not going to forget none of those teachers.
I don't know.
Hey, Miss Lisa.
For y'all today. How about that?
I hope that's a good thing, Miss Lisa.
I was thinking the same thing.
That is
it's
a
gonna
good
be
thing
good
because
today.
you
How
all are
about
great
that?
teachers. They're going to be saying, "Hey, Miss Kay. Hey, Miss Melissa. Hey, Miss Emily." They're going to always remember you all, I promise you.
Children's growth takes place over time, and each experience affects development. Who children become has everything to do with the experience they have early in their lives, their experiences they have while they're in your care. So we got to make sure that we give them attention, because like we've always said before, in other trainings and in life, You don't know what Johnny had went through before he got to school that morning. It may have been a 10, 15-minute ride, 30-minute ride. We have to take that into account. When he come in, we need to show him love. He may not have gotten that last night. He may not have gotten that this morning. They may have an argument about what color sock he gonna put on. That put him in a bad mood. But when he come into that classroom, you need to be able, hey, Johnny, bring him in, love him. Show him that it don't matter what color socks he got on today, he matters. That's what we got to put in our kids these days because they're going to need it, especially now with this COVID and everybody being isolated from everybody. So you have to make sure you just show that love. Outside their families, you might be the person they spend the most time with during these critical years of development. Optimal development is strengthened when children engage in meaningful interaction with adults who adhere to high quality professional standards. And we know sometimes kids are with us 10, 12 hours a day. So yes, they spend more time at school than they do at home. And it shouldn't be like that, but it's 2020. Parents have to work. Those who don't, kudos to them. Even now, I can't be one of those parents that can't work, but we have to make sure we show them that love just as well as the love they would get at home. As an individual working with children, youth, and families, you engage in numerous activities that require you to maintain high-quality professional standards. Think about some of the experiences you participate in your daily professional life, like interact with children and youth, engaging with family members, interacting with supervisors and managers, collaborating with fellow staff members, and interacting with community partners. All this plays a part of your professionalism. It don't just stop in the classroom. It don't just stop with your parents when they come in the door and drop them off. It don't just stop with your kids. It goes further than that. Like you were saying, Kayla, in Walmart, you see little Johnny coming. Little Johnny, and I got on your last nerve day, but when little Johnny see in Walmart and acknowledge you, you better acknowledge little Johnny back. Because that's how it needs to work. Because you may be the one that brightened his day. You never know.
I know we're not supposed to technically say names, so I won't. But this one particular child in my class makes me want to pull my hair out. But I saw this child in Walmart like 3 weeks ago, and the excitement and joy on this kid's face for seeing me outside of the classroom, I'm like, it made me realize, okay, even though we butt heads constantly, and I'm constantly redirecting, maybe I am doing something right. Maybe I am that positive.
And those be the ones that gravitate to you more and that you need to gravitate to just as much. Because they're missing some. They're not acting out just to be acting out, whether we want to believe that or not. But there's some reason. And we got to find that reason. That means giving Johnny a hug every day, 4 or 5 times in 1 hour. Do it. He may need it. It's going to make your day better because sooner or later, Johnny going to come in, smile and wave and sit on down. You be like, woo, what done got into him? Those are days you live.
Let me check your temperature. Are you okay today?
And we live for those Walmart days just as well, because it's the highlight of their day. Because like I keep saying, we never know what's going on in their lives. Even though they're 2 and 3 years old, we don't know. So establish and maintain a high quality professional standards are important to every task you accomplish every day. This process continues to evolve and develop as you encounter new situations. So you're learning every day. As a direct care staff member, you are likely to encounter children, families, and coworkers from a variety of backgrounds and life experiences. It's important for you to understand the significance of always striving for high quality practice while acknowledging diversity and individual differences. That's where we have to come in at. We got to understand you may be able to handle something better than the next one. You can't expect for me to handle it the same way you do and vice versa. We got to understand there's differences. We're all not going to react the same. We have to keep that in our mind. And that goes for our children. Little Johnny probably could have handled falling off that swing, but Susie, no, or vice versa. Because one jumped up, ready to go, and didn't care about their knee being scraped. The next child's not going to be like that, even with your siblings. You have siblings in your classroom. Susie may be okay with falling off the tricycle. Judy may not. So you have to make sure, because they come from the same household, don't mean they're going to react the same way. And we have to understand that differences in our coworkers and in our children and families as well. A colleague or family member may not share the same values with you when it comes to topics such as sleeping, toilet training, or completing work independently. As a direct care staff member, you will need to be able to provide children, youth, and the families with culturally and developmentally sensitive care and help them be successful in the classroom now and in the years ahead. So, this quote right here says, your beliefs become your thoughts become your words become your actions become your habits become your values, and your values become your destiny. By Mahatma Gandhi, who's an Indian political and spiritual leader. So I'm gonna let you ponder on that quote for a second. And I don't know if everybody else is with me, so everybody's gonna ponder that quote and give me their thoughts on it. So I'm gonna give you a few seconds or so to read it and process it. And Miss Caitlin beating y'all bullets now. She ain't gonna be told what to do.
It's just basically saying if you think negatively, negative things are going to happen. If you think positively, positive things will happen. And that's one giant thing I am working on.
Yes, being positive. Like I tell folks all the time, we complain. I'm going to use myself because I complained about my highlight bill this summer, especially this month. It was more than I expected to be. And I tell some of my family members, like, we can't always like, oh, I got to pay this highlight bill. We got to pay. I can pay my light bill. You got some people that can't, so we got to keep that positivity in us. That's the only way you're going to get through it, because you got some that won't be able to pay their light bill that's on the verge of getting cut off. And like I said, I use the light bill all the time because that's one of my highest utilities for the summer. So yeah, keep positivity. We got to keep it, especially these times now.
One thing that just comes out for me is when I read this, it kind of goes to just being in tune with yourself and in tune with the kids.
Okay.
I think that makes sense.
There's no right or wrong answer. This is your thoughts.
You got a thought? Did it hurt?
You don't have to have a thought.
So my thought, you guys are going to hate me for my thought, like seriously, because I was discussing it with her. Wouldn't your thoughts come before your beliefs? But like, you know, I'm weird and OCD. I'm over here reading this thing, you know. Let's just
become your thoughts.
But wouldn't it start off with your thoughts become your beliefs? See, I didn't make it past that first sentence. I'm sorry.
I'm gonna mute her now.
No, she's fine. These are her thoughts. We got to agree to disagree. That's what's wrong with the world now. We don't want to hear what we don't want to hear. It's like, because it says beliefs become your thoughts, we look at it as that. But she's gonna be that one to question it, and that's fine. We got
but like, I'm not questioning it. I was just questioning the order. But that is true, because me, Emily, and you were talking. Emily, you and I.
Yeah,
sorry, Emily. Yeah,
there.
she was. We were talking about this because I think about how I can't do anything right. So then I think about that, and I think about that. Then I believe it. Then I say it out loud, then I act like that. And over time, I turn into somebody who can't function because I thought I couldn't function. Like, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I've been around you long enough to know, yeah. Because I said, like, earlier when you was getting frustrated about logging on, like, no, calm down.
I'm very high strung. There we go. Very high strung.
So maybe you need to believe that you can and think it. Maybe follow that sentence where you believe it and then think it. How about that?
Believe that I can.
I understand where you're going. You think it, then you're going to believe it. So maybe you're going to try to believe that you can do it, then think that you can do it, then you're doing it.
And then I got it.
You got this, girl. You got this. That's what we tell you all the time. Ain't it, Emily?
Believe it. I know. I just gotta believe it. It's in my own. I gotta work on it.
It's in your mind. It's there. You gotta bring it out.
Yeah, I do.
I mean, I'm the exact same way. So.
Oh, I'm sorry. You should get.
Sorry.
Who's the exact same way?
I am. And
are you?
Oh God. My friends are always like, Kat, stop. I'm like,
I've been around you enough like I've been around them to know them.
oh, you're going to find out that Melissa and I have a lot in common.
Are y'all in the same room?
No. I'm in Emily's
Okay.
right now, but I'm in Emily's classroom.
Okay, as long as y'all not in the same room, I can deal with y'all on 2 separate classrooms, but the same room, no. All right, Emily. Did we lose her?
No, sorry, I couldn't find my little mute button. So basically, I'm along with Melissa. Is that what I was going to tell her? Is that you basically have to think back to your raising and how people will say all the time, well, I'm like this because I was raised like that. But people don't want to accept the fact that they can actually change that. And just because you were raised in a divorced family doesn't mean that you have to grow up and have a divorced family, essentially. And you don't have to bring those concepts with you. So whereas you were young and you thought that's how basically your beliefs were that this is what life is, this is what marriage is, and you've seen your parents fight or anything like that all the time, like you think that's normal. Well, you grow up and get in a relationship yourself, you automatically think that's normal. So you basically have to like retrain yourself in order to say, no, fighting and arguing all the time is not normal for a relationship, and doing it in front of your kids is not normal for a relationship. And so when you kind of have to just tell yourself, when you hear that little voice inside of your head saying, oh, it's normal that we're arguing, it's normal that we're fighting, stuff like that, you gotta train yourself to think, no, it's really not normal. Like, yeah, it's normal to have an open discussion, but it's not normal to be screaming at each other or anything like that. Like, you can reprogram your brain to think, the new normal in a sense.
Yeah, me and one of my friends had this exact conversation about that. That's how I was brought up, but no, we can't use that as an excuse anymore, because we can change. And with these younger kids that we bring up, with our own, we're gonna have to make that change. We gotta let them know, because, like you said, because you see mom and daddy do this, don't mean when you get older that you have to do this. You can be that change that you want to see. Exactly. Miss Janet, I don't know if I'm able to hear you. We can try.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Basically, I follow along the same lines as Emily. I was going to say something to that effect, but I agree with what she said. You don't have to be what you experience. You can change it yourself.
It cut out real bad, but she said she agreed with Emily.
She was following along with Emily and saying you don't have to be what you see. Mm-hmm. Okay, Elizabeth.
She
I don't even know what to say.
She doesn't really know what to say.
No.
We got to bring in, Liz. What you think? Read the quote for me. What you think about it? What are your thoughts? This is something that you think about it.
Oh, I do know what I'm thinking. Hold on. I do know that. Yeah. What you think and then say and do in action. Children are always watching you, and they will copy exactly what you do, and you realize how wrong that was. So you have to be careful what you do, say, and think.
You just have to be present in the moment. Is that what you're trying to say?
And very tactful and mindful.
You know what it is.
You got this. The group you working with, you're gonna have to come out that shell.
She's got me and Alicia, and I can't figure out how to get her to. But she's amazing with the kids in the classroom. I promise she sings and dances. But I guess live trainings aren't.
I do not like talking on Zoom.
This crew, you got to come out that shell.
on my show so much over the years. You wouldn't believe it.
Have y'all met in person?
No.
No? Then that could be
Okay,
why.
you're getting conflicting information because Miss Sarita says she has met you.
I dropped her books off
Yes,
her
I
the
met
first
her.
time.
Oh, okay, that's what we just said.
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
I thought you was someone else.
No, Miss
Yeah.
Sarita, the one who's talking.
Oh,
That's who
I'm
you're talking
sorry.
to. Ignore
Hey,
everybody else.
She's fine.
I'm not. I can't even use my microphone on my computer. So that's the problem.
It's okay. All righty. Thank y'all for your thought. That one is as bad as y'all thought it was going to be. So we got to talk about developing your sense of professionalism. Developing your sense of professionalism does not happen overnight. On the contrary, it is a process that involves a wide range of experiences. Just like when you're learning a new skill, you have to invest time and effort in getting information, practicing new things, and interacting with other individuals. Nurturing your professionalism requires ongoing work, energy, and commitment. As you think about developing your sense of professionalism, remember that each staff member is an individual. In your daily interaction with children, youth, the families, and the colleagues, you always bring who you are, your interests, your personality, your temperament, your background experiences, and your special abilities and talents. Professionals deal directly with children, and their families have a special obligation to behave in ways that benefit those they serve. Some values that are foundation to professions based on human relations are caring, compassion, empathy, respect for others, and trustworthiness. Effective professional staff members, above all, are dedicated to serving the needs of children, youth, and families they work with. Essential elements of professional behavior include knowledge and skills about a field, communication and relationship skills, work ethic, and professional ethics. Each of these elements we're going to discuss in a little bit. So we're going to talk about knowledge and skills. Staff member who wants to behave in a professional manner must acquire the skills and knowledge needed to work with children, youth, and families that understand that children and child development are absolutely essential in your role as an infant, toddler, preschool, or a school-age professional. So with that being said, you got to be willing, like I was telling earlier, be willing to learn. Be willing to go above and beyond. Because DHR said you got to have these so many hours a year. Don't just stick to those hours that they require. Do more, learn more. That's how you grow as a professional. Just like with us in our field, we have to do extra trainings. We have to learn, and that's what you have to do. You want to grow and get those skills. It's going to help you in the long run. You're going to help the children in your care and the ones to come. So we don't want to just put them out there to the world because we just thought, I need these so many hours, that's all I got, because that's what they require. You need to go above and beyond. Along with child development, knowledge about topics such as safe environments, learning environments, health environments, positive guidance, child abuse, and family engagement will strengthen your confidence and enable you to positively affect the lives of children, youth, and families you engage with. Optimum development is achieved when children and youth are healthy, emotional, secure, and socially connected. So communication and relationships. An important aspect of your work as a direct care staff member are the relationship you create and nurture with children, youth, families, and colleagues. Establishing these relationships can make or break your experience. Collaborate with others is a big part of your work, and whether you are brand new or a seasoned staff member, your success and effectiveness hugely depend on how well you work with others. And I'm thinking, from what I've seen and been working with y'all over the last year, y'all have a good work relationship. I've noticed, I've seen that. It may be a love-hate sometimes, but you have one. And that's what you need in this field. You got to be able to get along with everybody. You're not going to agree every day. You're not going to agree 100%. You're going to have this thought. They're going to have that thought. And guess what? That is okay. We have to learn to agree to disagree. So we got to make sure, and you got to talk about things. Just don't sit there and assume, okay, because like I said, I'm going to keep using Kaylee and Melissa. They keep being right here on my screen for some reason, and they're together. So I'm going to keep using them. So don't think I'm picking on y'all.
It's okay. I accept it. I accept it.
So like Kaylee can expect, because Melissa said, I'm going to do this today. and she expect Melissa to do it, but it slipped Melissa's mind because something else is going on. You have to talk, okay, like we was talking about with Dominique, that scenario in the other training. You have to talk. What's going on, Melissa? You forgot to do this? She's like, oh yeah, okay. You have time, if something going on, you got the baby communicate, you gotta understand each other. Just don't assume that's her job, she needs to do it. That's not how it needs to work.
We constantly are reminding each other through the classrooms every day. Okay, hey, remember it's your day for lunch. It's your day, you know. Don't forget Don't forget the dishes. Oh my gosh, we forgot laundry. You know, we always try to make sure that, because we've learned from the past, that it's easier to just be annoying little, hey, let's do this. Hey, let's do this. Do this. You know, get it out, because if you assume that somebody else is going to do it, it's probably not going to get done because they're just as forgetful as we are.
It's kind of like a marriage too. Okay. Yeah. I've noticed it's kind of like a marriage with all of us. We all have to communicate, give and take. We've really got to get ourselves in each other's heads and feelings and understanding how they work too, so we can know how to be the best us in front of the kids, basically.
Exactly, especially when you're the teacher, you're in one classroom. I think y'all have at least 3 in the classroom. Yeah, so 3 in the classroom, you got to make sure that all 3 of you not going to be able to do paperwork. Somebody's going to be weak in paperwork. Somebody's going to be stronger. Somebody's going to be better at doing the activity with the kids. Somebody isn't. You have to figure that out and work with it. Like when I was in the classroom with one of my assistants, I didn't mind doing paperwork. I didn't mind doing bulletin board, but her thing was she did not want to do bulletin board. She did not want to get the crafts or whatever we had together. She didn't mind doing it. She just wanted to get together. So we compromised. I'm like, well, I will do this and you do that. And it worked for us. It's like, okay, you handle the paperwork and I handle the classroom aspect. You have to work with each other. Don't think that I'm doing more than she doing or she doing more. We have to work together. If it's going to be cohesive and make the classroom flow, fine. Like I said, she didn't mind doing paperwork. I didn't mind it, but I really didn't like it, but I knew that was my job. But since she said she would rather do that if I take over the classroom, then it worked for us. But we still come around and done each other's job as well. So you got to find that cohesion, what works for you in your classroom and figure it out. Whether you're engaging with children, the families, the colleagues, the supervisor, nurturing those relationships early on is critical to your success. And while working with others may present difficulties or challenges, it is your responsibility to maintain professional conduct and seek the advice of your trainer, your coach, or your manager when faced with situations you're not sure how to deal with. And it is okay if you got a problem. It's okay to go Miss Diana, Miss Lisa, to ask them, what do I need to do about this? Because it may be something that you can't talk with your teacher in that classroom about. It may be something that's just going to blow over and make too much out of it. It's okay to step out your classroom and go to your directors. There's nothing wrong with that. And y'all can work together to find that common ground. They may need to be that mediator so things won't get out of hand. And y'all just may need that. You may need to get your side, they get their side, and then you come to a common medium with that. So don't think you cannot seek help. That's what we're here for, and your directors. So your work ethic. Who here believes to have a good work ethic? Just by show of hands, I'm gonna go through here. Keep your hands up. Let's see. Okay.
What is that?
Apparently, I missed the whole question. I was watching the whole time.
Who believes they have a good work ethic? You just raise your hand. I'm going through my video to see. Okay. Where you at, Miss Elizabeth? I don't see you. Okay. And that's what we need. Okay, I got everybody now. Thank you. So that's what we need, good work ethics. So working with children, the families is one of the most rewarding and at the same time challenging endeavors. It requires dedication, commitment, problem-solving skills, and a willingness, there go that word again, to learn, change, and be flexible in order to address the multiple and often complex needs of those in your care. Moral ethical behavior. Your commitment is to carry yourself with integrity in your daily interaction with the children, the families, and your colleagues. Maintaining confidentiality is a crucial part of professionalism. You should also be very careful about how you handle social networking. As a direct care staff member, you should respect and protect the privacy of all children and families in your program. And I should have noted on that, not just your children, your family, but also your coworkers and yourself. So we gotta make sure we have that confidentiality. So what does confidentiality mean?
Between you and the person that it happened with. I'm sorry. I should have given someone else a chance to talk. My bad.
You were like, Broop.
It just is a course of habit. Okay.
My hand was like halfway there. I was like,
But I'm sorry.
You're fine.
I'll do better.
Between you and the person, okay? Somebody else?
Look, we come from these trainings on Zoom, Kaylee and I, where if you're not the first person to say something,
right,
you don't get a chance to say anything.
And you don't win that prize.
So we're always like, get that button. Say something first.
Look at her. She says she can't.
And Emily, I'm gonna need you to start hitting your button so that I have some competition.
I know you're.
Excuse me. No, I'm kind of relaxing and letting everybody else have another time. Okay.
Beat Kaylee. Every time I try to speak, she mutes it.
It's back to that married relationship.
Don't tell your husband though.
He knows. I'm gonna mute this now.
Confidentiality mean different things in your personal and professional lives. Oh, let's go back for a minute about confidentiality. You said between you and that person. So are you talking about personal?
Oh, you're talking to me now. Okay.
Yes,
no, I mean, like,
look, I'm looking at you, and I know you can't tell I'm looking at you. I'm sorry.
I'm looking at you too, but you can't tell I'm looking at you. Okay. So, no, for me, it means like, okay, let's say little Johnny has something going on in the classroom and he gets injured. It's between me, little Johnny, and the director. Like, we don't have to open.
Little Johnny's mom.
Oh yeah, that too. But we don't have to have an open conversation with all 9 teachers about what happened. Or if something's going on at home, it's between me and my husband, and I don't need to bring it to work. And obviously, if there's something going on between me and Melissa, I need to keep it between me and Melissa. So, you know,
I'll tell all of you guys, though.
I'm gonna have to get some duct tape.
Okay. Anybody else want to chime in on confidentiality, what it means?
I mean, no, you already knew.
Oh, I'm sorry. I hit a button, and I can't. Okay. Whew, that was almost.
I mean, that she went over pretty much all the basics. Just keeping like your private life private, or with just one person, like if it involves them, and then keeping your professional life.
I lost you,
professional. Do what?
I said I had lost you for a minute.
Oh. What was the last thing you heard?
Personal life.
Yeah, and then like professional, keep it, professional.
Okay. So keep right there and let you answer this one. So does it mean different things in your personal and professional lives? But does confidentiality mean the same in your personal life as it is in professional life?
Yeah. Because I mean, like she was saying, something between her and her husband, and then something between her and Melissa here at work or something. Confidentiality is confidentiality. Period.
Yes, ma'am. Kaylee.
Before I say anything, does anybody else want to add anything? Okay. But it could be something different, because with the confidentiality, maybe I'm going too deep into this, maybe I'm not, but we are mandated reporters. So therefore, when it comes to that, we keep it to ourselves. We don't talk about it amongst the staff, but we have to share it. Is that too deep into this?
We do have to be transparent with our director too. Is that what you were trying to
What you
get
mean
at?
by that?
Like with ourselves, if we're gonna be out because there's a medical problem with us, but we're going to be out for a while, or if someone's pregnant and there's only so much that they can do, or limited, or something like that.
Well, Miss Dinah should probably
then
know what's going on.
That's what I'm
medically.
saying. Yeah.
Yeah,
The cat over
let's
there
say-
doesn't
let's
have to know if you don't want her to know.
Let's use the crazy thing. Yes, you pregnant and you on the limit to such and such duties. Then yes, Miss Diana will be the one to know. But it's up to you if you want to share that with the others in your classroom or the center. So yes, okay. Are there any guidelines and expectations about confidentiality at your center? What are your rules, regulation, policy, procedures for confidentiality? Explain to me. I see you. Hold on. Do Miss Elizabeth, do you know, or are you still learning that part? Kayla, I need you to
Hold on. I thought I fixed her computer, but it didn't work.
Wait.
Go.
Hold on.
Just say it.
Hey, just say it right here.
She says she's still learning.
You got this.
Yeah, and I don't know what that means for work.
Confidential means like not.
Does that mean you have to
telling
come
us.
in with a great attitude and not a sourpuss attitude?
Well,
that
but that's
too,
not this. But yeah.
No, it means if something happened here and say someone in this class got hurt, you're not gonna go run and tell every single person in the building about it, and details, like you're not telling people's business. Basically.
Hey, Miss Diana, could you share exactly what the answer to the question is? If you're even on here still.
You're muted, Miss Diana. Look, I see your
Okay,
lips moving.
I thought I had unmuted. It's basically what she said. It's just keeping things confidential within your classroom, within this center. Not going out and eating supper and sit there and talk about, well, do you know, little Johnny today was horrible. His mom needs to do something with him. He punched somebody in the face. You don't know if little Johnny, grandma's sitting right behind you.
Exactly.
You're not to discuss those things. Anything that goes on in this daycare should stay in.
People
talk about different situations. I know we've got some children in the building now with some real sensitive situation, and you don't want to hear it talked about, because one thing, the children don't need to hear it being talked about, and two, that's not our business to spread. But you just need to be clear that you don't talk about daycare things outside of daycare, because it is like a confidentiality thing. And a lot of our kids are foster kids for one reason or another, and nobody needs to know that.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for explaining that to them. And think about the saying they say, what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. What happened at Kids First, stay at Kids First. That's how you can look at it. Whatever Ms. Diana about Johnny, guess what? She told you that's your child in that classroom, and she felt like you needed to know. So that's between the parent, you, and her. You got something, Miss Caitlin?
I was just about to say basically the same thing, kind of like a doctor-patient confidentiality. I can't talk. That one.
Exactly. We have to be mindful, even with our own selves, about saying things about our own selves that we probably shouldn't let everyone know. We got to think about confidentiality. There I go. Confidentiality within ourselves as well, not just among everybody. We got to think about, okay, because you got something going on at home that may be public knowledge and it may not be, it don't mean you need to bring it to the center. We got to think of that as well. You don't need to tell your business as well. You don't need to tell everybody else's business. And then Ms. Diana told y'all about y'all expectations for confidentiality at your center. So Ms. Diana, if they don't know, I'm gonna ask them first. If they don't hit it on the head, maybe you can chime in. So what is the protocol at your school if a student discloses information or if you are concerned about a student's overall well-being or risk of harm? Do anybody know that? You can chime in.
I don't know the exact protocol, but I would assume that if little Johnny told me that his mom smacked him across the face last night, I'm going to be concerned and I'm going to go to Miss Diana and be like, hey, he told me this. We should probably look into that. You know, I'm not going to go like tell Janet and Melissa and everybody, but I'm definitely going to go to Diana.
Okay. Anybody else have any thoughts on that one?
Could you just, for my personal self, could you repeat the question?
Okay, what is the protocol if a student?
Okay, I didn't see what, I was confused on which one it was. It's the bottom one?
Yes.
Yeah.
That just goes back to being mandated reporters. If we feel, and in the health and safety training that we just did, you don't have to have certainty on if it's happening. If you suspect it, you need to tell. Because then that leaves it for DHR to do their investigation on if it's happening and not.
Exactly.
No, I was gonna say something, but like this isn't obvious. Like obviously, if little Johnny's like, my mom threw me off a volcano last night. Like obviously,
I guess you got to use your own judgment
that didn't happen.
On the storytelling from the Chillins. The volcano in Alabama, I want to see it.
I don't want to see it.
Yeah, we have to differentiate between the real and the fake. Of course, they come and tell you they fell off the volcano last night. You need to investigate as well because that volcano may be something else as well. So just ask those questions, not being nosy, but engage in trying to figure out where this is going. Eventually,
open-ended questions.
Volcano.
Asking open-ended questions.
Yes, because it might just well been a volcano that they dreamed of or they made something at home. We never know, but yeah, have to be cautious about that. But yes, you taking your health and safety trainings, your mandated reporters, something like that goes on, yes, you report it. You're putting the child's best interest at first. Ethical practices and maintaining confidentiality. Child care programs routinely handle confidentiality information about enrolled children, families, and staff. Child care programs maintain confidentiality on a need-to-know basis. If you don't need to know, don't worry about it. This information is shared only when it is necessary. This is important, especially when there are specific health and safety concerns. Maintaining confidentiality also builds trust in child care programs. Fostering relationship with staff, children, and family is built on trust. When managing sensitive information, there's an ethical and legal responsibility to protect the privacy of individuals and the families. As a staff member working in child care and after school care setting, you may be faced with ethical situations. Being a reflective staff member who lives your core values is a critical. Being a reflective staff member who lives in your core values is a critical trait because you work with your country's most precious citizens, which are our young children. Protecting the privacy of children and their families should always be foremost in your mind. So the National Association for the Education of Young Children, which some people pronounce as NACE, is the largest professional organization in the field of early care and education, has developed the Code of Ethical Conduct to guide professional behavior. And this is one of your handouts up under this class that you might need to download and print off and read over. Something that you can go by within your classroom. Professional ethics are not something to review and then place in the drawer. They are lived every day in discussions with children. It's important families from diverse cultures in collaborating with fellow staff members and in participating in community partnerships. As a direct care staff member, adhering to high quality professional standards is critical for children, youth, and families in your care. You have an obligation to act responsibly and ethical at all times. You are accountable for your actions, and maintaining high professional standards should be your priority at all times. I was telling you earlier, if you don't act the part, how can you say you are a professional? Maintaining confidentiality is a crucial part of professionalism. State and federal laws ensure and protect individuals' rights to privacy. As a direct care staff member, you should respect and protect the privacy of all children and families. When you work so close together on behalf of children and families, you may become friends with one another. You may also encounter friends and relative children enrolled in the center when you are out in the community. When you socialize and attend events outside the center, you may be asked confidential information about a child by someone who is not a staff member directly working with the child. You may only share confidential information about a child only with the child's family members and those professionals for whom the family members have signed a release of information form. It's just like Ms. Diana was saying earlier. You can't be somewhere eating, having dinner, and talking about little Johnny. Like she said, you know, who's sitting behind you gonna hear like, oh, she's talking about my nephew. Let me see what's going on. Then you got problems because one, you're out talking about little Johnny, his problems at a restaurant. Two, a family have overheard it. Three, they're gonna confront you more than likely, and you don't want any of those problems. So when you go in those doors, what happened inside those doors, stay in those doors. When you leave it inside. You don't take it with you. Acting responsibly and ethically should be at the core of your practice as a direct care staff member. In your daily interaction with children, families, and colleagues, supervisors, engage in the following. You gotta make sure you keep information about your children and families confidential. This refers to reviewing child and family records, having conversation with other staff members at school or in the community, and engaging in conversation with other people you know in the community. So whatever you know, keep it to yourself. You know, little Johnny about to be taken away, getting the foster care. That's nobody's business outside that school. When you know confidential information about a child, family, or fellow staff member, you use the information to help them, not judge them. I say, little Johnny mama come in. She talking to you that costs her light bill. She cannot pay it. This COVID-19 got a lot of parents in the bind these days. So she come to you, she telling you, she's not telling you, she's actually venting to you. I don't know what I'm gonna do. My light bill is due tomorrow. I don't know where I'm gonna get this money from. Instead of Caitlin going, okay, like, Kayla, guess what? Johnny mama says she can't pay her light bill. Ain't that something? No, don't take it and run with it. Take it and help. You may not tell her then, but maybe you think about, like, let's see, she can go here, she can go there. When she come pick up her child, be like, hey, you told me earlier about your situation. Here goes some resources. See if you can go to them and help them. So when they come to you, whether they're venting or they're actually telling you what's going on, reach out to them. Try to find ways to help them. Because they may not know that there's places out there that helps them with their electricity bill. If individual asks you for confidential information about children and families in your program, refer them to your program director. Kaylee can't come and ask Caitlin, what's going on with Johnny? You tell her, go ask Miss Diana. If she really won't know that much, she'll go ask. If not, she's gonna leave it alone. And Kayla, I'm using you now because you're on my screen. So we got treat each child or youth, the family member, with respect and knowledge and honor individual differences in terms of gender, cultural background, family income, abilities, or family composition. Get to know the children and families in your care and incorporate those interests or practices in your daily work as a direct care staff member. Plan for bias-free experiences and materials. You gotta recognize, celebrate the contribution of fellow staff members in your program. We gotta celebrate it. Kaylee done completed her CDA bound. Okay, we gotta clap for Kaylee to help her. Then that way she's done it and we celebrated her. That means everybody else gonna get celebrated when they get through. So celebrate the good things as well. We gotta act in a responsible, reliable, and dependable manner. You got to be at work on time. You got to be prepared. You got to communicate clearly with your children, your families, your colleagues, and your supervisors. You got to support practices that are ethical, responsible, and development on your appropriate, and speak out when they are not. Familiarize yourself with your services, regulations, standards, and expectations for professional behavior. Remember to always look to your coach or your trainer for guidance on difficult situations. Like I said earlier, reach out. If you don't know, ask. You got to develop and cultivate a collaborative spirit as you work with your colleagues on a daily basis. Ask a more experienced fellow staff member question about her practice or offer ideas to a staff member who may be newer than you and may need assistance. So y'all help Elizabeth now. I bring out her shell.
We trying. I think she got all them books done in record time.
Oh, she did. I'm gonna give that to her. She did. So I have some toothpaste here. Y'all are probably wondering, what do that have to do with this training? Well, this toothpaste, I'm gonna, if there's any left, I just found this up on the cabinet. Yeah. So this toothpaste are secrets of your children, of your family. This the one that you're telling that she can't pay her light bill. This here got car trouble. She don't know how she's gonna pay that repairman. In my instance, I don't know how I'm gonna get that windshield fixed because it costs a lot of money. What am I gonna do? So these are all the confidentiality that you are telling. So what do this toothpaste have to do with that? I think I've put it all out there.
Turn your microphone off, Kaylee. Why is it showing me? What? Somebody's is it? I don't know whose is on. Melissa, is it yours?
Now talk. Just use mine. Just use mine. Okay, her train derailed, but she can use my microphone.
She got to talk loud because I can barely hear it through yours.
I'm thinking, I lost it. Get it back. So you put it all, I noticed you were putting it all in like one pile. But once you start talking, that pile's gonna spread. So I'm sure you're gonna probably like rub the paper towel together or something to where it's everywhere. And it's just an example of spreading.
Did you hear everything she said?
Yeah, I wasn't going there, but I like that idea too.
Can I add something?
Uh-huh.
Well, never mind. I'm not going to add because I know this activity.
Okay, but leave it alone then.
Do what?
Leave it alone to see if somebody else knows. Okay. But I like that one, Kate. I never had thought about
Wait, what was the question? Because I got frustrated with the computer.
She put all the toothpaste out on a paper towel, and she was talking about how if you share what happened with little Johnny and little Susie's mama and the power bill and something about a windshield.
Yeah, I don't know how I'm gonna pay my windshield fee. That was on me. That was my secret.
Oh, so if you share in secrets, it's like she squeezed out the toothpaste.
Yeah.
The toothpaste are the secret. The confidentiality.
Okay.
So y'all probably wondering, Kaylee, tell me what you think about it since you've done it. You said you
well, once you start sharing, once you start squeezing the toothpaste, you can't get it back in there. Yeah. Once you start sharing, you can't get it back.
Exactly. I was saying, can I take back telling you that she couldn't pay her light bill? No matter how you try, you can't take it back.
You can't get it all back in there. There's still going to be a little tidbit that's left.
But, I mean,
there's still going to be some on that paper from that toothpaste that you can't take back.
You're right. I was being a turd trying to find something wrong. Sorry.
That's
really?
I mean,
I'm getting really restless. I'm sorry. I'm a kid.
Let me go ahead and mute.
Can we do a brain smart start real quick?
I'm at the end of mine, so give me 1 second. So yeah, that's the whole idea. When we talk, when we pull out the toothpaste, these are all the confidentiality that we'll have no more toothpaste left. But once we get out there, there's another. It spreads. So
here's the crumble a paper one. So that's the same thing. I get your I get it.
Like if you wad up a paper and then
Yeah.
you stretch it back out,
It's still crinkled.
going to have the wrinkles in it, so you can't undo the damage that's done.
Exactly. That's what the toothpaste was. We got to be careful what we put out there. I just been talking about her light bill. It was not for you to go back and tell, oh, she can't pay her light bill, but she out doing this and that. We don't know what she was out there doing, why she can't pay that light bill. Okay, we're going to talk about nurturing. Our sense of professionalism. The field of childcare has grown tremendously over the past several years, and there's always new information and research on the significant roles adults can play in children's development. You can truly make a difference. Like I was telling you earlier, childcare, there's new information every day. We got to read up on it. We got to research it, because there's going to be something today that you learn, going to be something tomorrow, you're going to learn something different. So the more skilled, committed, and knowledgeable you become, the more effective, meaningful, and long-lasting your influence will be on children's families and their lives. As a direct care staff member, you want practice to be continuously improving, striving to be the best that it can be for children and families. You should look forward to going to work and creating positive care environments for children and families in your care. So you can have those Walmart moments. No matter how experienced you are and how much you know, it is important to continue to pursue education and training to learn more about your field and to further grow as a professional. This is true for a number of reasons. One, because you care about your children and families. Would you want your child going to a teacher that just there, that don't care about learning, that don't care about improving, they just there to get a paycheck? So that's how we have to look at things. Would I want my child to be with someone like that? If the answer is no, that means you have to do better, because that could be you in that situation. And also, we was talking about education. So once we get these CDAs, I'm gonna give y'all a couple of months to soak that in. Then once y'all start going for your AA, don't look like that, Melissa.
Hey, listen, if I hadn't dropped the ball, I would already be starting it. But I dropped the ball. But my personal goal is December to be going to college for my AA.
I'm gonna need my kids to grow up a little bit so that they can help me every night with my own schoolwork.
Can I add something to something
Yes.
that you said, like way back on probably the other training? It just hit me. Shut up.
That's not nice words.
Hush your
Please
mouth.
be quiet.
Hush your mouth. Okay, so you talked about how we're with the kids all day long, sometimes 10, 12 hours. The other day I was driving home and I just started crying because I realized my kid is with someone else for 10 hours a day. Because my husband started working 4 10s. And I'm like, no wonder she's so clingy. Why do I get frustrated with her for being clingy when she never sees me? She's awake with someone else more than she's awake with me. And that's why these kids need us to be positive with them, because they're awake more with us than they are with their parents.
And to be loving with them. Because, I'll just stop at there and be
And it's not
nice.
spoiling them. It's giving them that nurturing aspect that they might be missing, because they're literally only home for 4 hours and then they're going to sleep.
And like some kids don't have safe places. So like I want to be their safe place, even if it's just a couple hours a day. Like,
I know that sort of was way back then, but it just literally was like, oh man, I want to say that and I hope it's okay to say that.
No, that's fine. It's all part about being a professional. You know what you got to give to your kids and what they need. So you got to continuous learn that allows you to recognize, evaluate, and improve your existing practices. So self-awareness enables you to acknowledge strength, talent, skills, and accomplishments. And at the same time, it helps you recognize and identify competencies or skills you need to improve. Knowing who you are as a person, as a professional, is empowering, as it enables you to engage in self-improvement and growth. You can do this by talking with colleagues and arranging to observe each other to learn more and improve each other's practice. Or you can review materials and resources that help you update with new ideas and research in your area of expertise. You should also participate in professional organization and training events and opportunities. Hence, you're here and you have done some of Child Care Central trainings. And you want to grow professionally. Being committed to ongoing learning can improve your knowledge, skills, and performance. This learning will help you gain new skills and hone existing skills, and this may come with increased confidence, more responsibility, and even a promotion. Oops. There's always new information to be learned. I keep saying, Childcare changes daily. It may be one thing today, but another thing tomorrow and the next day. So it says, as long as I live, so long do I learn. I tell everybody, as we living, we're learning. So true knowledge exists in knowing that you know nothing. All professionals need to keep up with new information, knowledge, and research in their field. As a responsible and committed professional, you have an obligation to keep up with new information and use that in your practice with children and families. So you have learned about the importance of professionalism. Working with children, youth, and their family is an important endeavor. It means that you will have young, impressionable minds watching, listening, and learning from you. It means that you will interact with family members who will be your partners throughout this process. And it means that you will work with colleagues to provide high quality care for the children and families. And while you're doing everything, you must be acting as a role model at all times. Being a positive and supportive role model will strengthen your work and will positively affect the lives of children and families you interact with. So do I have any questions, concerns, or comments?
You sort of broke out a little bit. What did you just say?
Do you have any questions, concerns, or comments?
Everybody did. I see you got any questions or comments? Yeah, the internet's just blotching.
Nope. I don't have any questions or comments. I pretty much talked the whole time.
You're fine. Let me see. Stacy or Sonia, are y'all there?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, yes, ma'am.
So who needs to be the host of this next training?
Me.
Yeah, Sonia's gonna click.
There you go.
Awesome.
All right. And
Thank you,
y'all,
ma'am.
next one, y'all will hear Sonia, then Stacy. And thank you all.
I miss Sarita.
No, you're still staying here, right, Sarita?
I'm through with y'all.
Oh, you gotta stay and hold our hands.
I almost muted her again. I'm sorry.
We're gonna have to go to counseling for this.
Okay, on that note.
Yeah, I've been one for thank you.
We love you.
Give me a minute, guys. For some reason, now that I'm sharing my screen.
Oh, maybe I need to. Have I stopped sharing my screen? Yeah, that's yours.
Yeah. I just don't know why. Why I am not. Can y'all see me?
Yeah.
We can see.
I can see your
PowerPoint up there.
Yeah, we see the slide and you up at the top with everyone else.
There you go. You're there.
Okay, good.
It's all there.
Okay, awesome. I'm gonna. It's hard to see everybody, so. Trying to get my screen. I wonder how she was able to see everybody. Okay.
Have you,
ma'am?
Have you minimized your screen? Like, have you pulled your screen all the way over?
Yes, but I was wanting. I guess we can't do split screen.
No, you can't with the one computer. What I did, I minimized, and when I want to see them, I open it back up.
Yeah.
Gotcha. I wish we could split screen because I like to see people.
Now,
Really
when
hard.
you're training, you can't do it like we do when we're the co-host.
Okay. Well, all right, guys. If you want to take a 5-minute break and go potty real quick, you guys are more than welcome to. Do y'all need a potty break?
Yes, I think. Are y'all gonna take a bathroom break?
Are you embarrassed of me yet? I said, are you embarrassed of me yet?
I think
we're
y'all should
okay.
take a 5-minute break, kind of stretch your legs, get up, get some
Okay,
blood.
5 minutes. Standing up for these
Okay,
kids.
we got a lot of information coming through this.
I have a quick question. Anybody?
Yeah, I'm giving them a 5-minute break.
Hey, is this the last training today, or
Hey, it locked
we got 2 more people talking? You and someone
It
else?
locked again.
I can't hear you.
Sonia, you need to unmute. I muted you. You were echoing.
I'm sorry. Yes, I'm doing one part and she's doing the second part, but it's another 2 hours. So that's why I want you guys to stretch.
Okay. On that note, I will.
Hopefully we can get done sooner than that and get you guys out of here by 12, maybe not too much longer than that.
Okay, that's perfect.
I know that we got started pretty late, so it may be 12:15, like that. Just depends on how we run through the information.
Okay. One of our girls has an appointment at 12 that we didn't realize that this training was happening today. It's just an appointment at 12. So she's going to call the doctor's office and let them know how late she's going to be. So she was just curious what time.
Okay, and it may be where, okay, got you.
Yeah.
Or maybe
But you're fine.
Like we can kind of run through this. It's just kind of going over information y'all already know. So
I'll
Okay.
try to get through as quickly as possible around 12. So.
Okay. All right. We were just curious. Thank you.
You're welcome. We don't get some more water.
Miss Diana.
Somebody say something?
I was talking to Miss Diana.
Oh, okay.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Okay, I just thought about it. I wasn't sure if they did or I need to tell you, but okay.
Okay, I'm going to try to get back into this on my computer. Can somebody let me in?
Let
Yes,
you in
ma'am.
on what?
She's in.
On
Miss
this-
Lisa, you're in.
No, this is Miss Diana.
I mean, Miss Diana.
I'm in on my phone, but I need in on my computer because my phone is dead. It's got like 10%. I'm gonna lose y'all.
We'll let you in. Okay.
Okay. I've tried to get in, but it's saying my session has expired. Please refresh the page or log in again.
Yeah, log in again.
Try one of these back to home. Okay. Sign in. Join a meeting. Oops. Okay. What's the meeting ID?
Ma'am?
Is there meeting ID or person or personal link name?
You signed back into Child Care Central?
I
mean, yeah, e-learning train. I'm sorry.
Let me see. Yeah, I'm in that, and I pushed join. I guess that's the meeting ID.
You may. I wonder if you have to log out of your phone.
26. No, I was in both of them earlier, but they closed my computer. Okay, let me try this. Okay. Okay. 8. Let's just enter the name and passcode. Let me see if I can get my phone to charge from my computer, and I'll just use it that way. Hold on. Okay, I've got it charging, my phone charging, so.
Well, okie
I'm
dokie.
good.
Okay,
I
good. I
got
think
you.
everybody's on their way back.
Yeah.
I think we're all back.
Okay. Is Emily back there? Okay. Awesome. All right, guys. Well, we'll get started.
And Melissa's coming. She's walking across the room.
Okay. So we're doing health practices for infants and toddlers today with me and Stacy. This is kind of just going over some of the same information, but we kind of put a little spin on it a little bit. So let's get started. Our goal of this training is to provide participants information on healthy practices for infants and toddlers to include diaper changing. I forgot toileting on there, potty training, daily health checks, good oral and hand hygiene, and self-help skills. Our objectives are to understand the diapering and toileting procedures along with potty training. Again, I forgot to put that in there. Learn the importance of daily health checks with young children. Learn the importance of teaching good oral hygiene practices with young children, and learn the importance of teaching good hand hygiene practices and self-help skills with young children. We gathered our information from Caring for Our Children, the 4th edition. So if you guys are interested in that, it's out there for you to get. Also, please keep in mind that these are recommended or suggested procedures and standards. Always refer to your Head Start standards and the DHR minimum standards for complete guidance. And if you have any questions, make sure you see your supervisor or program director. All right, so we're just going to get into diapering. So, it's not supposed to show up. All right, so why is maintaining sanitary conditions important when diapering? Maintaining sanitary conditions during diapering routines is especially important to minimize the spread of germs in the infant and toddler classroom. So the reason why there's such a specific guidelines for you to follow is to help minimize the spread of germs, because changing diapers is a dirty business, right? So having so many children sharing a space, equipment, and materials for a large part of the day makes it easy to spread the germs among children and adults. In terms of diapering and toileting, the diseases spread most often or frequently are those that are passed from contaminated hands to mouth. And that's very common when you're dealing with infants, pre-toddlers and toddlers, right? Because they're touching everything, they're learning about their bodies, they're sticking hands in places, they're scratching when something's uncomfortable, when diapers. So, you know, they're little germ spreaders everywhere, especially intestinal diseases that cause our friend diarrhea. For children between 6 to 24 months, preventing gastrointestinal illnesses is of heightened concern because all prenatal immunity of their mother is gone and their own immune system is still immature. So children of this age have more trouble fighting off diseases than older children that could be dealt with easily or readily. So infants and toddlers with diarrhea are more likely to become dehydrated quickly and require medical attention or hospitalization than are older children with the same disease. And if you have a child that's sick and has diarrhea in your classroom, we go into panic mode because we got to make sure, you know, you smell something, you're like, oh my God, what's that smell? Who did what? Where is it at? We've got to check, because if the child is, something didn't quite keep in there and it kind of gets around, then, you know, we got to make sure that we're keeping the area sanitized and clean. So of course, everyone gets diseases throughout their life. Therefore, the pandemic of 2020, thereby building up valuable immunities to certain diseases. However, it is better if children get fewer diseases during the infant and toddler years when they are less able to easily fight. That's why you see a lot of things that are coming in your classroom that are just, it's, you know that they're about to come during seasons. It's just inevitable. But the best thing that you can do is make sure that you're practicing these certain standards and guidelines to help minimize the spread of sickness through your classroom. So are diapers 100% safe and effective from spreading germs?
No.
No. No, they're not. They're not the cure-all. A vast amount of contamination is known to occur in classrooms where children are in diapers. Interesting. First, the diapers, even modern disposable diapers, do not completely prevent leakage. Germs are spread around the areas used by children, although that may not be obvious to staff. So remember, just because the baby's wearing a diaper, be vigilant. Make sure that you're always being observant of a child who's wearing diapers. Make sure there's not any wet spots on their pants. There's not any wet spots on the floor. You know, this is being just like your supervision. You know, you have to be vigilant in your classroom and the children within your classroom, because if the diaper is leaking, you've got to make sure that you're aware of where the child was so that you can go and sanitize, because diapers, things leak out of diapers. They're not 100% safe. They're not going to be your cure-all. Make sure that you're not going to get germs all over your classroom. Second, the diapering procedures, even when done according to the best known practices, only minimize but do not eliminate the spread of germs. Again, we can't be 100% sure, right? We can't guarantee 100% in our classroom that we are going to, there is not a germ in this classroom. All we can do is minimize the amount of exposure to germs in your classroom, right? The less opportunities for contamination, the better, right? We don't want 20 million opportunities, we want one, right? We want to minimize that opportunity of getting contamination in the classroom. But you've got to practice and be vigilant about your children in your classroom. So how can we reduce the spread? So early childhood programs, especially those enrolling in children in diapers, are considered places in which germs are carried and transferred to others and spread out into the community. However, studies have shown that infections can be reduced, again, reduction, we got to minimize, by half when your proper sanitary procedures are used. Such procedures help prevent the spread of disease within your program and limit the spread outside the program. So if you can do proper sanitary procedures half the time, that's great, right? Let's do it all the time. Let's practice it all the time. Let it become ingrained in your brain. Let it become ingrained, because if you practice it, it becomes habit, right? Habits are done without you really thinking about it. They become part of who you are. They become part of your routine during the day, and that's what we want to do. So it's important that sanitary procedures be carried out consistently and correctly to protect the health of the staff, which is you guys, the children, their families, and then of course the greater community. Hopefully diarrhea won't contaminate your community. Hopefully not. I don't think that you guys are going to affect your community in that part. But if you're sick and all of you are sick, then you can't come to daycare and you can't provide that well-needed care and learning for your children in your care. So is there more to changing diapers than changing diapers? Yes, don't you agree?
Sorry, are we unmuted?
Why do you think there's more to just changing diapers than just changing diapers?
Yeah.
Yes.
It's kind of tricky, right? Y'all like, what could be more than changing diapers and changing diapers?
Yes, you are unmuted. Quit yelling at me.
But you can, this is a great time for like I love you rituals and to connect with the child and one-on-one time.
Absolutely. It's learning opportunities. Wow.
ICPs are good for that time too, yeah?
Yep.
Absolutely. Changing diapers is a learning opportunity. How can it be a learning opportunity? Sometimes changing a diaper can mean a lot more than to your baby than you think, or to your infant or to your toddler. Just like you singing songs, these are opportunities. It's about quality time. It's a time in the day that you have that one-on-one time with that infant and toddler. If you've got so many toddlers in the classroom and you're with everybody, diaper changing time is that one-on-one where you're making face-to-face communication, right? You're having that one-on-one language, verbal communication. So when you're up there, when you're changing or you're potty training with that toddler and that infant, make that opportunity count. Make it important. So what are some activities that you can do during diaper changes? You mentioned, Melissa, I think you mentioned singing.
She said, I love you rituals. We could do, we could sing to them, but I know like with conscious discipline, they want us to do a lot of these I love you rituals. And that's the perfect time because you are making that eye contact and that direct one-on-one time with them.
Right. What else?
It's also a good time to ask them open-ended questions. Just, how are you doing today? Hey, I'm going to change your diaper now. Let's climb up these stairs. Can you lay down for me?
Absolutely, because not only is you're having that eye to eye, but you're also having that language development, right?
Yeah.
And that's huge. So giggle with your baby, play a tickle game, count the tickles and laugh some more. That's an option. That's an idea. Sing to your baby, right?
Yep.
That's always fun. That's always fun. Have something for your baby to look at. I'm not sure how your changing tables are located, but it's always good to have something. Either you can have it in the ceiling, or if you're next to a wall, because anxious babies or anxious toddlers can have a little bit of anxiety when they get to that changing table, because they could experience maybe had a bad rash and it creates anxiety getting up there. But having them something to look at can be fun. But you can also talk about the picture, right? And so we're doing language development. Gentle touch. So always keeping a hand on the baby as you're changing will help to keep them safe and feel comforted. Remember to never leave your child unattended on a changing table, but having that touch is still communicating, building those relationships, making them feel safe and comforted. Again, releasing or minimizing some of the anxiety that they might have. Can there be anything learned during diaper change?
Yeah, you can. Yeah, of course. You can learn during any process of the day. And by the way, there was like a simultaneous yeah in the room.
Was there? Okay. Because if it gives me, if I look odd, I'm going back from my PowerPoint to you guys. So it's taking me a minute to see your faces. Okay. Absolutely. Self-awareness. An infant does a lot of learning during diaper changes. It's one of the few times that they can actually see their own body without clothes. When they can feel their complete movements without a diaper between their legs, diaper oftentimes is a great chance for her to stretch her limbs and learn how they move. So that's a great opportunity for self-awareness for infants and toddlers. You can learn about
especially boys.
Ma'am?
I said especially boys.
Especially boys.
My son right now, I'm like,
dude. Yeah, you're right. And it's kind of almost like, I guess it compared to, this might be just a little bit too much, but when you get home and you take off your favorites, whatchamacallit, you're just like, oh yeah. And you stretch or you take off those tight shoes and you're like, oh, your toes are just going like this. Well, I'd imagine that that's probably what an infant or toddler feels like when they take off that diaper and they're just like, oh yeah, stretching those legs and kind of just seeing how their body moves and works and things like that. So that's a good time for them to learn about themselves. Learning about your baby, tuning into cues and signals, right? Especially for children who aren't communicating. So you're learning about the way that they're communicating to you, looking at their body language, facial expressions, right? Sounds. That's a good opportunity for you to be tuned into that. Developing trust. Again, when we were talking about children having a little bit of anxiety during diaper changes, and I know you guys experienced that before. Some kids just have a very unnatural relationship with diaper changes. It almost becomes a fight and a battle to get a kid to change a diaper. And sometimes you may not know why. That's a great opportunity for you also to communicate with parents and figure out why this is happening. Because we want to make this experience as good for the child is for you, right? We don't want them to be upset. We want this to be a positive experience for them. So regular diaper changes creates rhythm in an infant's world and affords the sense that the world is safe and dependable. And being aware of emotions. So when you have to change diapers all day, it can be a routine for you as well. But take time to enjoy this time and build your relationship. An infant can have a stressful time, just like I mentioned, about past experiences, but you can change how an infant feels by taking a deep breath and focus on their needs. We get so tuned into our routine and making sure we got to get these 5, 6 babies changed, boom, 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 and back on the floor and doing our routine. Sometimes we have to take a minute and we really have to be considerate of them when they're changing on the table. And again, making it a learning opportunity. Don't you guys agree? We can't just rush through that, right? We have to build those relationships. We have to build that trust with our infants and toddlers. All right, this is a cute little kind of a little motto to go by. It's time to pick her up. It's time to hug her as we go to the changing table. It's time to smile at her. It's time to give her eye contact. It's time to talk to her. It's time to listen to her. It's time to help her learn about her body. It's time to let her observe her environment. It's time to sing with her, and it's time to be silly. I thought that was really cute to kind of remember as you're kind of doing your routine with diaper changes, because it can become just a routine. But we don't want it to be a routine. We want it to be more than just a routine. We want it to be a learning opportunity, but we want you to have a great relationship with your infants and toddlers. I just thought that was really cute to have. All right, so now we're going to get into the dirty business. Time for change, talking about diaper changing. All right, so looking at this picture, I want y'all to create a caption, because I know this is a face y'all have seen many, many times when you're changing a diaper in a toddler and you ask, you got to go potty or did you poop in your diaper? So can anybody come up with a funny little meme for this? Cute little girl.
I didn't do it.
I didn't do it. I like that.
My son's new thing is, no, I good. Good.
Okay. Anybody else?
Whoops.
Looks like Melissa and Emily might have one. What do you guys have?
What's going on?
What's going on? What's going on?
What about, let's just be real. It's a kid. I poop.
This is true. It's just like when you ask a kid, did you poop in your diaper? I don't know. Just kind of avoiding the whole situation. I don't know. We see that too often, don't we? All right, so checking diapers. So look at these two pictures. One's on a diaper changing table and one teacher is checking her diaper. So diapers should be checked for wetness and feces at least hourly, right? That's what we should be doing, checking them hourly. Visually inspect at least every 2 hours and whenever the child indicates discomfort or exhibits behavior that suggests a soiled or wet diaper. And those are that's when you're building a relationship with your infants and toddlers, you're also learning about cues and signals, right? So you can tell when your baby's fussy, you know, there's things that you're going to go through. You're going to check to see if they're wet, they're poopy or whatever. Even if you just changed their diaper 5 minutes ago, that's going to be something that you're going to be like, maybe he pooped or maybe she pooped or whatever. So being in tune with the infants and toddlers in your classroom, learning cues and signals, body language, sounds, facial expressions, things like that, you're going to know your baby. Diapers should be changed when they are found to be wet and soiled. That's common sense, right? We should be doing that. All right, so why should they be checked every hour? Why is it so important to be checked every hour?
To help prevent rashes and leaks and whatnot.
Absolutely, because even though if some of us are moms, sometimes, you know, what you practice at home isn't what you practice at daycare, right? Or babies in our care. I know some people that can go several hours without checking their baby's diapers. We can't do that when we're in daycare, right? We got to check them every hour because they might get a diaper rash. Right. Diaper dermatitis, also known as diaper rash, occurs frequently in diapered children. Most common diaper dermatitis represents an irritant contact dermatitis. This happens when there's prolonged contact of skin with urine, poop, or both. All right, look at this picture. Cute little picture. I know you guys know this, but we're going to do it. So what is the less irritated bottom? Is it number 1, 2, 3, or 4? 1, Miss Janet says. Awesome.
Yeah,
all right, what's the most irritated bottom? 4. What's the next irritated? 3. And what's the second?
2.
Awesome. You're right. 2. So you guys are pretty good at that. I'm sure you see that on a more common. And some kids are more sensitive than others. Not all kids are. You know, you're going to have some kids that are consistently getting diaper rashes. Probably because they're more sensitive to urine than other kids are. Sometimes you may have to change them twice in an hour. You may have to put more diaper cream on them than other kids. Some of them are just more sensitive to that than other kids are. And some kids, once they start with the diaper rash, it goes full blown and it gets to where it opens sores and things like that. And those are the children sometimes that can have some negative experiences when you're doing diaper changes. Again, that's where you come in and you create a wonderful experience, right? Catering to their emotions and catering to their needs and making sure that they're having a good experience. All right, so do you have to wash your hands if you do this procedure? If you check her diaper, if you check a diaper like this, do you have to wash your hands?
Yes.
Absolutely. You do have to wash your hands. Even though you are not physically taking off a diaper and you're not necessarily in there digging around, because sometimes you have to pull a little bit further and pull it down, but you do have to wash your hands anytime that you place your hands on a diaper, right? We want to minimize those opportunities of contamination. So if she was checking this diaper and she had gloves on, does she have to wash her hands? Yeah. Gloves is not an exception to the rule, is it? We must wash our hands. All right, so let's get into our diaper changing procedure. So the following diaper changing procedure should be posted in the changing area, should be followed for all diaper changes, which I'm sure you guys have that in your classroom, right? Yep. All employees who diaper change undergo training and periodic assessment of diaper practices. Again, that should be something that you should practice consistently and kind of do it as a refresher. Sometimes we get so used to doing something that we get too comfortable that we may actually not be doing it right. So always making sure that you're, if you're a lead teacher or a teacher that's, which I don't know if y'all have lead teachers anymore, but working together and making sure that you guys are supporting one another and making sure that you're keeping on top of that. So if you're noticing somebody might be laxing a little bit on that, again, kind of bring it to their attention. Hey, maybe we need to review how to do a diaper change once again. And it's okay, because like I said, sometimes you get real comfortable and you forget. You get laxed and you just don't do something like you should. If one person does it, chances are somebody else is doing it as well. So it's always good to do that kind of a refresher course more than once a year. I would do it several times a year, just, just to kind of stay on top of it. And with hand washing too. Sometimes we get real laxed on that as well. So using that as a kind of being a refresher on that would be a good thing. Caregivers and teachers should never leave a child unattended on a table or countertop, even for an instant. Using a safety strap or harness should not be used on the diaper changing table. So again, making sure that you're right there. If for some reason you have to step away, that's where you come in with your peer and ask for help for something, but never leave your child unattended. Always try to keep that hand on top of that child. Again, making sure that you're a gentle touch doing that, making them feel safe and comfortable in there, but always making sure that you're keeping paying attention to your child on the changing table. If an emergency arises, again, caregivers, teachers should bring any child onto elevated surface to the floor with the child. And we know that. We've got to remove them down. If something's happening right, we take them off the changing table. All cleaning and disinfecting solutions should be stored to be accessible to the caregiver, teacher, but out of reach of child. So again, refer to, you don't have to refer, that's my fault. I should have taken that, but refer to your regulations on where you're supposed to store that stuff. We don't want it where the children can get to it, especially our babies, because you know how they reach for everything on the changing table. They're constantly reaching for stuff. They want to reach for those wipes and put them in their mouth, so they're always grabbing everything. All right, so step one of our changing procedure is getting organized. I can't stress how important it is to be organized and be prepared and having all your things in front of you. It makes things go easier, smoother, and creates less anxiety if you're having to open cabinets on the bottom, reach for stuff over here, reach for here, because guess what? If you're doing that, your attention is not on what?
The child.
It's not right. It's not on the child. And so are you creating a learning opportunity? No. Are you creating a wonderful experience? No, because you're too focused getting your materials and you're not paying attention to what's going on that changing table, right? And you're not creating a wonderful experience for this child. So making sure that you have a setup in your classroom, in your diaper changing area that meets the needs of what you're trying to do, making sure all your materials are around. If that's not happening, again, make sure you talk to your supervisor and get that taken care of. We want to make sure that we're prepared to do this so it can go not quick, but it can go efficiently. Step 2, carry the child to the changing table, keeping soiled clothing away from you and any surfaces. And sometimes that happens. So when you're transitioning this child to the changing table, if you have leaky Susie over there, make sure that you're keeping that away from you so that you can get to the changing table. And always keeping a hand on the child. And I know this happens too. Sometimes you have those kiddos that like to kick and get everywhere and it's messy and it's just, if there's poop everywhere and this child is just doing, I know y'all have had that experience. Just take the shoes and socks off because we don't want those contaminated at all. We don't want them to get into the things that you're trying to clean. So again, we want to minimize those opportunities of contamination. Step 3, we want you to clean the child's diaper area, right? So placing the child on the diaper change surface and unfasten the diaper, but leave the diaper under the child. We know how that putting the child on the diaper changing table, keeping that on there. Don't take it completely off yet. So lift the child's legs as needed to use disposable wipes to clean their areas from the front to back using a fresh wipe, right? Question. Do you use the same wipe again? No, right? Front to back. Grab another wipe, front to back, right? We don't reuse the same one. And I know parents probably ask you, why are we going through so many wipes? I just bought you a box last week. Your kid tends to poop a lot, so we can use one wipe for it. If it takes 5 wipes, we got to use 5 wipes for one diaper change. Plus, we're going to go through quite a bit of wipes, right? So I used to have that complaint all the time where parents would get so angry. What are you using? Are you using them on somebody else's child? No, we're using them on your baby, but we have to use one wipe at a time. We can't fold it and reuse it. We have to use a new wipe every time. Sometimes that's hard for parents to understand. But make sure that you're putting the soiled wipes or paper towels into the soiled diaper and then put it into a hands-free covered can, right? All right, so step 4, removing the diaper and clothing without contaminating any surface not already in contact with stool or urine. So folding the soiled surface of the diaper inward and then putting the diapers in a covered plastic lined hands-free covered can. So just when you're doing that, putting it into the trash can. So step 5, put on a clean diaper and dress the child. Sliding a new diaper. I just lost my train of thought. I'm sorry. Get you all on the screen. But while you're changing the diaper, make sure that you're observing too, making observations, right? Make sure that you're doing inspections and making sure that you're paying attention to the area. Make sure there's no diaper rash. But what else are you looking for too when you're doing that? I see your lips are moving, but I can't hear you.
You got to make sure you got everything. You don't want to miss spots and whatnot.
But there's another thing you're looking forward to, especially in the morning when your first diaper change.
You're overall looking for the child's well-being.
Yeah.
Right, because we're mandated reporters, right?
Did I unmute me?
Right, I know, right?
Go for it, Melissa.
I don't know how to work this thing, but you are definitely... Stop, you're distracting me. You're definitely checking for, gosh, now I lost my train of thought. Checking for anything for health check wise, and you're making sure that the diaper's not full, because you need to write that down too and keep track of all of that. It's like extremely full diapers every single day.
Right. No, girl. I know. Absolutely, you're right. You're absolutely right. So step 6, we want to wash the child's hands and return the child to a supervised area. So if you have an infant that's, let me ask you this. When should you wash an infant's hands when with water and soap?
When they come into the room, before and after eating.
Well, not for diaper changes. How old should they start?
When they can hold their head up.
Right, because we don't want floppy. That's not healthy. That's a safety concern, right? So we want them to be able to have some strength in their head to be able to hold it. So when you're putting them in the Superman position and you're washing their hands, they're able to prop that head up right and balance themselves. Because if you're holding the baby, you're feeling that stiffness, right? You're feeling them holding up their head and washing their hands. So that's really, really important to be able to be, again, knowing knowing your baby
We
and
can hear you,
making
Melissa.
sure that you're paying attention to their skill level. That it's age appropriate to wash their hands. Using soap and warm water. That's all we need. We don't need any fancy soap, just good soap and water. Step 7, after we do that, after we wash the baby's hands, we put them down. We put them down and we go back and we clean and follow the sanitizing protocol that we do for our diaper changing area, right? Because we've got to get ready for the next baby. And then our last step is to document it. So, you got to wash your hands as well. And then you got to document your diaper changing, right? You got to put it on their little chart, wherever your little chart's at. Go back and make sure that they've, you changed their diaper for the day, right? We got to keep up with that. All right. Excuse me, y'all. Okay, so I want you guys to put the steps in order. So there's actually more steps, but these are just a few. So looking at these steps, I want you to tell me what steps which ones should go in order. Let's put these in order.
The first one's A.
Okay, the first one's A. Absolutely, preparation is key, right? What else? What's next?
B.
B. Okay.
It's so small I can barely read it. I think you can zoom. It was
E.
B next. E. Yeah. C and then D.
Okay.
I think I can't really see these pictures or read the words. I'm trying. Am I still muted or unmuted? I don't know. I can't tell on your phone.
Alpha, Bravo, Echo, Charlie, Delta. Or Delta, Charlie. No. Yeah, Charlie, Delta. I said it right the first time.
So A, B, C, D.
A, B, E, C, D.
Say that again. What'd you say, Caitlin?
A, B.
If you guys want to take if you go over, move your mouse or whatever to your screen where you have everybody's pictures and slide it over, your PowerPoint will grow.
I don't know if mine will do that on the phone. Oh,
you're on the
well, I can zoom. Yeah, I'm on my phone.
You call it?
Prepare supplies. Remove soiled diaper. Clean child with wipe. Oh, where'd it go?
C. Yeah, place
diaper in trash and then wipe your hands.
So
and then you clean off the thing. Why is that not an option?
Well, these are just
that's not on there yet.
Yeah. So there's more pictures, but I just grabbed some random pictures. So. So with the pictures you would have on here, how would they be put into order?
What would I look like? Oh.
Was that right?
What did you say? A, B, C, D, and E?
No, prepare supplies, so A. Remove diaper, B.
Okay.
Clean child with wipe, E.
Okay.
Place diaper in trash can, C.
Okay.
And then wipe your hands, D.
Think so. I've got the E and C backwards. Yeah. Or do I have them right?
Yeah, you got the E and C backwards.
So prepare supplies, A. Remove your soiled diaper, right? We remove the diaper. We haven't wiped yet. And then you're going to clean the child with a wipe. We're fixing to wipe. She's fixing to clean her. And then we're going to place a diaper in a trash can. And then the last step would be wipe your own hands, because in between there, there's some other thingies, but this is kind of general procedure. Do y'all agree? I can't see y'all. Okay.
Yes, we all agree.
Okay. So what do we do right before you wipe your own hands? What's the step before you do wipe before your own hands?
Can you? Okay. I would clean off the changing table myself, honestly, before I wipe my hands.
What about before you
wipe your own hands? What do you do before that?
Should you put the child down? Because you're taking your hand off the child.
Well, if you remember, when you're changing, after you've removed the diaper and you clean the child with a wipe, you wipe her hands with a wipey, and then you wipe your hands with a wipey, and then you put a fresh diaper on and clothe her, and then you put her down. And then you go back and wash your hands after you sanitize. You guys understand? Yeah. I just took some parts of it and was trying to let you fill in the blanks of the steps. Kind of confused y'all a little bit, didn't it? Y'all were missing some of the pieces of the puzzles visually, huh?
Our train might have derailed for a second, but it's back.
It's trying to get you to use your brain a little bit.
I'm just kidding.
Yeah. All right. So here is a poster. So that kind of talks about the changing steps. So number one is getting organized, right? Washing your hands, gather what you need, preparing. And that includes making sure you have the diaper, clean clothes if necessary, a plastic bag, disposable wipes, your gloves that you need to have, any diaper creams, right? That's getting prepared. So number two is when you're carrying the child to there. You know, and we talked about removing shoes and socks in case there's, you know, the child has diarrhea or things have gotten a little bit out of control in the diaper. Take those things off just to be safe. We don't want them to get contaminated, especially if the child doesn't have extra shoes or socks. The third step is cleaning the child, removing poop and pee, you know, from front to back using a fresh wipe. Taking the wipe and if you're using a towel, paper towel, whatever, and making sure that you're throwing those in a hands-free container. Number four is removing the diaper and throw it in the trash can. 5 is putting on a clean diaper, making sure that you're sliding that underneath the child, using a tissue to apply diaper cream on the child and finish clothing the child, and then again washing your children's hands. But in this process here, you know, you've got to make sure that if you go back to number 4, it says remove your gloves, clean your hands with a disposal wiper, clean the child's hands with a fresh whatchamacallit, I think it should be the other way around, and then putting a clean diaper on the child. And then the last step is washing their hands, you going back and sanitizing step 8, and step 7, and then step 8 is washing your hands, right? We got to make sure that we get, and then that's starting the cycle. So if you got another infant or toddler, you wash your hands, you get your supplies ready, and we do it again, right? 3 more times, 4 more times, 5 more times, right? All right. So let's take a look at what this should look like. This is a video. This is a video of a center that's following the ITERS protocol on diaper changing. So let's take a look at this.
Today I'd like to demonstrate caring for our children and ITERS and ECHR diaper changing procedure. The first thing you need to do when changing a diaper is prepare your station. You need a hands-free diaper pail to dispose of the diaper. Hands-free, meaning you use a foot pedal. If you have a station where you can open the door and leave it open, put it under the sink like that. If not, pull the trash can out and shut the door. Since I've touched the trash can, I need to wash my hands before I begin. So I turn on the water, I wet my hands, I get soap, and I begin to rub. I need to do it for 20 seconds. So you can either count in your head or you can count out loud to model for the children. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Then you rinse. Grab your paper towel. Drying your hands thoroughly before using the paper towel to turn off the water. Now I'm going to prepare my station. I need to get a diaper, and if you have a ledge that you can put your item on, instead of putting them directly on the diaper changing table, that is the best. So I'm going to put my clean diaper, and I'm going to grab my wipes. I need one clean wipe for my hands, one clean wipe for the child's hands, and a couple of wipes to clean the child's bottom. Remember, never put your white box on the diaper changing table. This is a dirty surface. Next, I'm going to grab my gloves. Again, do not bring the glove box to the diaper changing surface. I'm going to put on my gloves and get my child. Now I'm ready to begin my diaper changing. So I lay the child on the surface. The minute I start to open the diaper up, I am now dirty. So I don't want to do anything else but care for this child and their diaper. I'm going to wipe top to bottom and leave the diaper under the child. Grab my first wipe top to bottom and leave it on the diaper. Wipe top to bottom and leave it on the diaper. She's clean. I'm going to grab my diaper and put it directly into the trash can, making sure to keep track of my child. Then I'm going to take off my gloves, pinching from the middle, and then up and in, and put it in the hands-free diaper changing, keeping an eye on my child. Next, I'm going to wipe my hands with a clean wipe, throwing it into the trash can. The child's hands with a clean wipe, throwing it into the trash can. Now that my hands are clean, the child's hands are clean, I will grab my clean diaper. Now, using the wipes does not replace hand washing. So I will be washing her hands immediately after getting her dressed in our diaper changing sink. I'm going to wet her hands first. Again, apply soap to one hand and the other, and then begin washing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 20. Then I'm going to rinse her hands. And grab my paper towel and dry her hands off thoroughly. And use my paper towel to turn off the water. Then I'm going to put my child back to the play area. And I need to come immediately back to my table because my hands are still dirty and I need to clean. I start to clean the surface with soap and water first. I'll apply that to the surface and wipe it down. Throw that into the trash can. Then the bleach and water, apply that to the surface. And we're going to let that set for at least 2 minutes. My hands are still dirty from cleaning and changing a diaper, so I will wash them now. Wet first, soap. Again, 20 seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 20. And use the paper towel to turn off the faucet. Now, while the bleach is still on my table, I can grab the diaper changing log because my hands are clean. I can report what I just changed, and I'm ready to begin again.
I have a question. On that video, can you name something that you thought was wrong?
She didn't keep her hand on the baby at all times, especially when throwing stuff away.
What else? I caught that too. What else?
I have a question, and it's not necessarily something that I saw wrong. So we're supposed to, and I don't know why this is not has never registered to me. We're supposed to spray the bleach water and let it sit for 2 minutes before we use it for before we wipe it down. Because what if little Johnny over there has my class decides to poop all at the same time. So that's what I was wondering. Is it okay to immediately wipe it? Melissa.
No, okay. But the other video we watched at 5 minutes, so I was gonna just say that. Sorry.
So I was just
go ahead.
I'm just confused on the whole 2 minutes. And
idealistically, in a situation, it's always good because remember, sanitizing anything has to be on a surface for a long period of time, right, to sanitize. And so you've got to be able to let it sit. I think she said 2 minutes. So idealistically, that's what we should be doing, but sometimes we can't do that. So we have to be able to do it, right, to be able to change. But I think, you have to follow your standards and your protocol. So whatever standards that are in place for your program, you have to follow. This video was a ITERS, which I don't know if you guys, it's through a STAR program. This is just some higher standards that they have for the program. But I really liked the video, but you should always follow what your standards are, whatever your standards say. So whatever you've been practicing according to your standards, what you should practice. But it is recommended for sanitizing to do that. But you still have to follow your protocol for your whatever your program allows. What else did you notice in the video? I thought was kind of funny, but I think she did it for video purposes, but I was going to see if you guys caught that.
She counted way too fast.
Yeah. Yeah, she did. And there was something else I thought was funny.
I feel like she took the gloves off too early.
No. Because she had already cleaned.
Right.
Did you see the way she cleaned the baby's hands?
Yeah, she left that hand all the way in the seat.
A baby couldn't hold it.
Yeah.
She had both hands and she was pressing the baby up to the thing and she was washing both hands. And I know she was doing it for video purposes only, but we don't clean babies' hands like that, do we?
Right, no.
A baby can't hold their head up or their body, so let's not hold our baby's hands like that. I just thought that was funny,
Right.
but I know she was doing it for video purposes, but I was wondering if anybody caught that. All right, so potty users. So we'll touch a little bit on potty before I hand it over to Miss Stacy. So there is not one right way or one right age to learn how to use the toilet. There are some things to help keep in mind as you help your children use the toilet. Everybody's different, right? Every child is different. Every stage of development is different for them. Some are quick, some are a little bit slow, but that's okay because potty training is unique to each individual child. So look for signs your toddlers are ready to transition to the potty. Stays dry at least for 2 hours at a time, and especially after naps. Recognize that their body is, that they're able to recognize that their body is urinating or having a bowel movement. If children are oblivious to that, they're not ready. They're not ready. Children have to be aware that they're wet and that they're having a bowel movement. What is one way that you can tell that a child can acknowledge that they're having a bowel movement?
They just stand still and they're looking at you with that guilty look on them.
Right. What else?
And if
what
they're old enough to talk, they'll say it.
Say I'm poopy.
Oh, yeah,
And
my
if
son
maybe-
will come up and be like, I poop.
Right, absolutely. Or if you notice, Melissa said giving you that look, but how many children, maybe go under the table or go behind something to go poop and have a little bit of privacy, right? So that's a clear indication that they're aware of their body. Developing physical skills that are critical to potty training. To walk, they've got to be able to walk. We can't have a child that's crawling up there trying to potty train, right? Because mom says my kid is ready to potty. I just know she's ready to potty. Can't do that. That doesn't make sense. They're able to pull their pants up and down. That's a self-help skill, right, that they should be learning. And they can get on and off the potty. Those are some things that I think parents always forget when it's time to potty train. They're so eager to get the child off diapers. They're not paying attention to the readiness that toddlers need to exhibit before they can potty train. They can't reflect on their first child because they're two different people, right? The first child may have potty trained, I'm just going to throw it out here, at a year old, 10 months, whatever it may be. Their child may potty train at 18 months, 2 years. You know, everybody's different. Everybody's different. But parents are going to swear, but that's where you have to build that rapport with parents and really learn to communicate and really learn about your child and really work with the parent and try to get them to understand that there's more to potty training than just saving money on diapers. And they're able to follow simple directions. They've got to be able to follow these simple directions to be able to comprehend, because it's a 10-step process, right? It's just not go potty. They don't get to that yet, because when a kid you tell them to go potty, there's a lot of processes, a lot of things that they have to understand what to do, right? Go to the potty, pull my pants down, sit on the potty, poop, pee, wipe. That's a lot of steps to do. So they have to be able to follow simple directions, start with simple directions. You know, simple directions is put this in the trash can, right? Put this on the table. That's a simple direction. And they're showing interest in using the potty. Some kids will be excited, you know, they want to get into the potty. They want to wear big girl pull-ups, or they want to wear, little boys wear pull-up. They're showing that interest in pottying. If they're not really interested, they may not be ready. They may not be mature enough to do that. So when not to potty train, there are some issues that can sometimes get in the way of successful potty training. Can anybody give me one?
Possibly go ahead, girl.
Like a development delay, or would you say Emma? Special abilities?
Absolutely. That's a huge factor. That plays in a lot. Anybody else?
What about like, girl? What about like, if the child shows interest in the class, but yet, you know, because most of the time we have to take all of them to the bathroom anyway. If the child's shown interest in class, but then they're not doing it at home, you know, we can't just force it. It's like, what do we do? You know, it made more sense in my head before I spoke.
No, you're absolutely right, because again, we have to really think about, I always say this all the time, is it's a 360 circle, right? Because one can't function without the other when a child is in daycare. Everything, you have to support what is done at home. Home has to support what's done at school. It cannot work individually by itself. It has to work together as a team. And so if a child's showing interest at school, but the parent's not ready to do that, that's where you come in, and you have to work with the parent, and you have to communicate with the parent. And again, you've got to build that rapport with your parent, because they have to trust in you to believe that you have the children's best interest in mind, right? That you know what you're doing. You're just not a babysitter, right?
Yes.
You're a teacher, you're a provider. So you have to build that connection and relationship so that they can depend on you. They can come to you and say, hey, Melissa, I'm so ready. What do I need to do to get ready for potty training? That's what you want to hear from a parent, right? That's what you want to hear, is like, I'm ready. What do we need to do? Give me a plan. How are you doing this at school? What's the schedule that you're following at school? Because I want to do that at home. What are you doing? What song are you singing? What are you telling my child that's motivating them? I got to do that at home. That's the kind of relationship that you want to see with your parent. That's the kind of communication, right? Because if you're telling your parent, hey, I think it's time for them to potty, oh, okay, yeah, we'll think about it. Or, well, we did it on vacation, but it doesn't work anymore. Well, yeah, you were on vacation for 2 weeks and you got it done, but if you want me to do all the work, I can't do it by myself. It's got to be teamwork, right? So that's a huge thing. Significant changes or several changes at once. So any slight change that a child can experience, whether it's at home or something traumatic at school, can alter an opportunity or change an opportunity to potty train. upcoming or recent family move. If they're in, and it may not necessarily be, it's not a school, it's moving maybe from home to another home. That's a huge change for a kid. You know, we adults can process things. We might get excited because we're getting out of this ugly house and we're getting into my dream house and we're just like, oh my God, this is fantastic. But that's a change in environment and a change of a whole new world for an infant or a toddler. So that can bring stress in itself, and that's probably not a good time to start potty training, right? Because that is too much transition, that is too much change to process. Beginning new or changing existing childcare arrangements. What does that necessarily mean? What does that mean, changing the childcare arrangement or environment? You guys are thinking.
Okay, say the question one more time because maybe I misunderstood.
Beginning new or changing existing childcare arrangements. What does that necessarily mean?
I mean, getting a new teacher, possibly, I mean, I know we change our classroom a lot, Emily. But, you know, just something that could just throw the child off of their routine.
Absolutely. And that has a huge impact on children. It not only changes, I mean, it changes their behavior, does it not? That's one of the biggest things that affects behaviors is the inconsistency in your classroom. And there's a lot of changes that are going on. So
and they vibe off of us. And if there's a miscommunication or tension between the teachers in the classroom, they're going to pick up on it. And there's going to be tension between us.
Absolutely. That affects their ability to have, you know, to be successful in their classroom and anything that they're doing. It's because they're feeding off that environment. And some children transition very well, and that's great, but some kids have a hard time. And we don't necessarily see it in behavior, but we might see it in skills that they're trying to learn because they're so affected by the change that it's affecting their development in that skill. So those are things to consider when you are thinking about introducing potty training to your child or to your parent. So you know, because you guys are with them just as much as the parents. So you're seeing things, you're learning about them, and you probably know a little bit more about them at school than their parents. Their parents, you know, sees them for a few hours and then they go to bed. So you guys spend a lot more time with them than their parents sometimes do. Switching from crib to bed. So when you're making that transition from a crib to a bed is not a good time to do potty training. It's just not. That's a huge transition. Think about your own kids, if you do have kids, how they went, if they slept in your bed and transitioned to their toddler bed, how hard a transition like that is. That can take years sometimes to do. It's of course a lot better in your classroom because it's more, you have more consistency in your classroom than mama does at home. But that's a huge transition. So we don't want to put too many transitions on a child at one time. We want to do these things smoothly and with less anxiety for them on a transition. So think about those when you're working with your kids and you know these transitions are fixing to happen. We don't want to put too much on them because we don't want to regress on anything. We always want to move forward. New member arrives in the family. Oh yes, when brother or sister gets a new little sibling, that's a huge transition. That's an emotional transition. Sometimes we see regression in behavior. We also see regression in language development too, because sometimes they can stop talking. So that's probably one of the biggest that I've experienced children deal with is having a new sibling. Sometimes it's positive, sometimes it's very, very negative. And again, if you know that's fixing to happen, try to schedule this and try to figure out a way where you can plan a transition for potty training, because potty training is kind of an emotional thing too. It's not an easy transition. It's emotional. A major illness, recent death, or some other family crisis. If you have a kid who's real sickly or has a time where they're really sick and they're out for weeks or they've battled something for weeks, that can be a regression in a skill as well, because they're at home and they've been babied and loved, and and when they come back to school, well, you weren't doing this a month ago, you were doing great a month ago, but now we've regressed and we have to start all over again. So if something like that happens, you might want to postpone that as well. Communication, again, with parent is key. Everything that you do, communication with parents is key. If your parents don't want to communicate with you, make them communicate with you. Be in their face. You've got to let them see you, and you've got to let them hear what you have to say, because what you have to say is important because it's about their baby, right? So we've got to be able to communicate with our kiddos. And I think y'all have pretty good communication and relationships with your parents so far. Y'all have good relationships with your parents?
Yeah, absolutely. Most of them have added me as a friend on Facebook. But I know with any of the kids in the class, I can go to them with any concerns, funny little things that their kid does, or, hey, did you know that this is happening? Is this something that happens at home? Yeah, she gets that from me. Sorry.
That's good. That's really. How are your teachers?
Yeah.
Okay.
We all have that kind of relationship with our parents and each other.
That's really good. Can get you all on the screen. Okay. All right. So start potty training. So it's important for you as a provider and teacher to create a supportive learning environment, right? We've got to create this environment that's welcoming, that kids feel safe and secure, because if they feel safe and secure, they're going to want to what?
Learn.
Absolutely. They're going to want to learn. Recognize the child is in control of their body. Again, this was like what we were talking about, the skill, right? We got to make sure that they're in control. And that means that they're, where you go? That they're able to, tell you when they're peeing or when they're wet and when they're poopy, and you can tell when they're ready, when they got to pee, but they're holding their pee, right? They're in control. They're cognizant of they got to go pee, but they don't want to go pee. So they're going to hold that pee. They're going to hold the poop. So they're aware of it, and they're able to control that with their body. Teaching children words for body parts and poop and pee. They've got to be able to have a name for this. That's another skill that they should be learning. They should be able to tell you, because you want them to come up and tell you, I have to go potty, right? I have to go poop. I have to go pee. Communication. Offer the appropriate equipment for successful toileting, making sure you have the appropriate toilets, or if you're using potty chairs, making sure that you have those things available for children. It makes that transition and to learn that skill a lot easier. Expect and handle your potty accidents without anger. Be positive. An accident is not a bad thing, right? We've got to be able to demonstrate and be a role model of how you should behave, right? And how you should act and how you should communicate, and make it a positive experience. Avoid punishment as well as too much praise around toilet use. You got to find the balance. We don't want to be so excited that we're bouncing off the walls and we're running through the room and we're cheering and we're just over emphasizing the success of potty training, right? Because that can be a negative too, right? They're not going to want to really do it. They're just going to pretend to do it. And so we're going to be doing that all day. So you've got to be able to find a balance between praise and being successful, right? We don't want to have to be giving a show every time they poop or pee. You'll be exhausted all day. You're not. Did somebody provide a show for somebody? Did somebody? Oh,
we had this one particular child who was having a reaction to diapers all of a sudden. Like she was forming cysts. So mom was like, oh, by the way, I know that she doesn't want to go to the potty, that she's flat out refusing, but guess what? She's in underwear now. So she didn't have a choice, and there was nothing that they could do because it was too much heat, even though we were changing every hour and going to the bathroom constantly. So we had to literally dramatize everything.
Really?
Ringing the potty bell multiple times. Woo! Chanting. Man, the whole classroom would get involved, down the hall, whatever it took to get this child to not pee on my carpet or poop on my carpet.
Oh,
So for her, it was just, she needed that almost over dramatization of it. But nobody else, everybody's like, ring the potty bell 2 times. Okay, let's wash our hands, we're done. But that was just that one child. I'm gonna miss her. She ages out this year. She's my friend.
You gotta find balance.
Yeah.
Gotta find the balance. But I understand what you're saying. That was a unique situation. But for the most part, you can actually have the reverse effect on something like that, because kids learn really quick. This is something that just gives me the attention that I need and I want, and I'll go out there and do that 20 times if you want me to, if it gets you to show me that attention that I need. But we got to find a balance, because this is a skill. It's not like a tying your shoe necessarily. This is a skill that is part of our development that we've got to do. So we've got to find the balance on that. We don't want to put too much praise around that or use rewards necessarily, because again, that's not what it's about, right? We got to have the skill development. Move at the child's pace. Again, these are all looking for signs and signals, right? Communication to let you know, looking for the physical development signs that these children are ready to move. We don't want to rush them. Again, this little girl had to be rushed, right, to potty train because it was good for her health. It was required for her health. But we don't want to rush them, because we don't want to break them down, and we don't want to shut them off, because if a child is not ready to go potty and you're rushing them, you're going to be rushing them to 4 years old. Because children it can have a psychological effect on a child and really keep them from potty training. So what to avoid when potty training? They're trying, this is my favorite right here. Toddlers are about trying to gain some control over their world. They are using their growing physical, thinking, and language skills to gain some power over themselves, their bodies, and their surroundings. The natural and healthy desire for control can lead to power struggles between you and the toddler. Children learn to feel that happens when you have a typo. It messes up your whole sentence. Children learn to feel in charge by refusing to not do something they know you want them to do. Again, toddlers are fierce when it comes to this. Power struggles has always been a mystery to people on how to balance that with toddlers. Right? Because you're trying to gain control of your toddlers because you want them to do something, but they know you want them to do it, and they're not going to do it. And so it's a psyche game with toddlers, is trying to find that balance. How can I let them feel independent, but yet get them to do what I need them to do, or learn a skill that I need them to learn? So some parents have a hard time with potty training. It is a very delicate balance. And so you have to be mindful about that when you're doing that. You have to know your children. You have to know their personality and their temperaments when you're doing this. Because what you do for little Sally, you can't do for little Billy, right? Everybody's unique. So you have to be mindful when you're doing this. You don't want to get into a power struggle with this kid and fight with them every day trying to potty train him. You just can't do it. You will lose. You will lose in potty training a toddler. Approach toilet training as a matter of fact. Just like I said, when we talked about, celebration, and you were talking about your child and celebrating it, we want to make this a matter of fact. We want to make this is great that you're doing it, and we want to celebrate it, but we need to learn more about this skill, and just as it is, not overwhelming it with a lot of emotion, because this is a life skill. This is a skill that they have to do. This isn't, like I said, tying your shoes. We just buy you Velcro, and we'll work on that later. Shoes come with we can pull Velcro off. Tying shoes can come later if it's necessary. But, using the potty is a life skill that they need to have. So we've got to find that balance on how you do that. And if they have developmental needs, that's a whole nother section. Think of it as a skill you are helping the children learn. Again, life skill. Do not force a child to use the potty. It can lead to children to want to control their bodies and hold toddler control. They're going to hold that pee and they're going to hold that poop. My son did that, and he held it for a week. I had to take him to the pediatrician, and he said, oh, he'll be fine, because when he poops, he can't hold it no more. It's going to come out, and it's going to come out somewhere he won't like it. It's going to be in his pants. And once in his pants, he won't like that feeling anymore, and he'll go poop. And so, but toddlers are fierce. They will fight you on that if they don't want to go potty. They'll kick and scream till you're just wore out. So this is good information for you, but it's also great information to pass to your parents so they can learn, because a lot of the times you might have new parents and you guys are pros, right? You're going through you have babies after babies and toddlers. That might be their first child. So you guys have the information, you have the knowledge that you can pass forward to them, and letting them understand there's more to this again than just saving money on diapers. There's a whole emotional aspect of this, right? This is just not about saving money on diapers, because you're going to be their source of information. You're going to be their source of trust. You want them to come to you and ask for help. So again, this is a question I asked, but I wanted to throw this back in here. Can gloves serve as a substitute for washing hands?
No.
No. Who said that? Miss Caitlin? Elizabeth, is it a substitute for washing hands? I'm going to take these off. Wave your finger at me, girl. Awesome.
Oh, that worked.
What about you, Miss Emily? I see you back there getting comfy on that rocker. Melissa, is it a alternative to washing hands? Melissa, is it
I was
alternative?
explaining it to her. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's okay. All right.
Okay.
No, it is not, you guys. Gloves do not exempt us from.
I said
It does not serve as a substitute for washing hands. A lot of people believe that it is. I know that you see that in the pandemic, or not pandemic, but you see that out here. They think if they wear gloves, boom, they can toss them and go about their business, but that's not true. Gloves are a way to help minimize spread, but it is not 100% safe. So,
Agreed.
Yeah, no,
I
I was thinking
agree too.
about hand sanitizer, but then you just said that. So.
All right, so this is Miss Stacy. This is where she comes in. I am done. Do y'all have any questions about potty training? Anything like that? It's just kind of an overview of, y'all know your steps, you know your procedure. I just wanted to give a little spin on it and touch a little bit about the emotional aspect of it. Y'all have any questions regarding it and potty training?
It's definitely a fun process with these kids, especially when they take 20 minutes to go poop, and the whole time they're like, can you sit and talk to me? Can you just poop and let's not have a conversation? But I gotta.
At least not a long conversation.
Yep.
Small conversation, but let's not have a huge conversation. Again, those are wonderful opportunities again too. You can learn a lot from children when they want to divulge, you know, what goes on in their home. So that's a great opportunity. I'm gonna hand it over to Stacy.
Okay, hey guys. I realize it is after 12 o'clock, so I am fixing to have to fly through this part. So Sonia, you're gonna be really clicking fast, girl. So, okay, can you pop the question up there? Y'all have to bear with us. She's my clicker. So, all right, so we're gonna start talking about daily health checks. So what do you guys think? What is a daily health check?
It's when you
Making sure
check over
that-
the kid's whole entire. Wait, was someone else talking? Sorry. It was to make sure that the child does not have any bruises, anything that's concerning, anything that you need to know about or report, and to make sure that they're overall healthy and can continue the day in childcare.
Right. Absolutely. Bingo. Yes. The daily health check is a quick way for the child care provider to check a child's well-being or a change in the child's health status while at the center. The daily health check will be performed by a trained staff member upon the arrival of each child at the center. Why is it important for somebody to be trained in this?
Go ahead. Okay, sorry. Beat you to it. Got you $1. Sorry. Because it's required. for our classrooms, and it is the reason we need to be trained in this is so that we know the signs to look for.
Mhm. Yes, and you know the
I was going somewhere else,
procedures.
but I forgot.
Right, yes. And you know the procedures. Absolutely. You're correct. Okay. To conduct a daily health check. Every day, a trained staff member should conduct a health check of each child. This health check should be conducted as soon as possible after the child enters the facility and whenever a change in the child's behavior or appearance is noted while that child is in care. So you're constantly doing quick checks. It's not just, yes, you do it when they first come in the morning, but you should be doing it periodic through the day too, to notice a change in their behavior or their appearance, okay? Next. The health check should address reported or observed illness or injury affecting the child or family member since the last date of attendance. Reported or observed changes in behavior of the child or in the appearance, if they're sad, of the child from the previous day at home or the previous day's attendance at childcare. So do you notice any changes in the child from the day before? And this is a little delayed, so you should look for, and I know some of you probably think, oh, some of this stuff just kind of sounds gross, but these are things that you need to look for. You need to check for any skin rashes, impetigo, itching or scratching of the skin, itching or scratching of the scalp, or the presence of one or more live crawling lice. You should do a temperature check if the child appears ill. And of course, I know now that we're in the time of a pandemic, you should be just doing those temperature checks anyway. A daily screening, other signs or symptoms of illness and injury, such as drainage from the eyes, vomiting, diarrhea, cuts, lacerations, pain, or feeling ill. So these are just the common things that you should be looking for every day during the daily health check. You should gain information necessary to complete the daily health check by direct observation of the child, by asking the parent or guardian, and where applicable, by conversation with the child. Daily health checks seek to identify potential concerns about a child's health, including recent illness or injury in the child and the family. These health checks may serve to reduce the transmission of infectious diseases in childcare settings by identifying children who should be excluded and enable the caregivers or teachers to plan for necessary care while the child is in care at the facility. Okay, and so this is going to help when you do the daily health check. This is going to help to spread contagious illness. And like I said, there again, in this pandemic time, this is really ramped up. I mean, we think about it probably even more than what we even thought about it before. So illnesses that contagious illnesses or illnesses that can be passed from one person to another. Some examples include respiratory infections such as colds, coughs, flu, gastrointestinal illnesses that can cause diarrhea, stomach aches, vomiting, and other communicable diseases such as chickenpox, mumps, measles, and skin diseases. And I know a lot of these, like the chickenpox and things like that, they do have vaccinations for, but not every child gets vaccinated sometimes. And these are also listed within contagious illnesses, including this category, are just nuisance infestations. I'll get it out in a minute, y'all. I need something to drink. Such as lice and scabies. And so you ask, well, what is scabies? And that's a picture of it right there on the left. That's an itching condition caused by, I know this sounds nasty, but by burrowing mites. And so those mites follow along in the lines of, fleas. And so they get under the skin and they burrow and they cause those bumps right there. Although these are not diseases, they are treated similarly to avoid their spread. And so the second picture is a picture of the head lice, and those are the nits, like the eggs. And those are live eggs that can hatch out. And then the third picture over there is the picture of a rash, the itching that's caused by head lice that goes along their neckline right there where their hair meets their neck. So those are just some things to look for right there. Although it's sometimes difficult to decide whether a child should be excluded from the program because that's not your number one goal. Because of the illness, staff can reduce the illness rate among children and amongst yourselves because you're not only protecting the children, you're protecting the staff also by removing sick children from contact with other children and checking with a healthcare provider for guidance as needed. And I'm sorry, guys, I know I'm going through this like super, super fast.
I promise you're fine. If we need to slow down, we'll tell you.
Okay. I feel like I'm just going blah, 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 blah.
We
The
hungry.
daily health check. I know y'all are. I know we're getting hungry too. The daily health check should be formed in a relaxed and comfortable manner. Why should it be in a relaxed and comfortable manner?
Because you want them to be in their natural state. Sorry, Melissa. I'm so sorry, Peach.
And you don't want to freak the kid out. Like, oh my gosh, do you have any marks on you? Oh my gosh, let me check you. You know, that was a bit dramatic. So.
Yes.
Like, yeah. What is that? Like, you know, my normal things. I can't do that.
Yeah, because you think about children, a lot of times, like when they go to the doctor or things, that causes a lot of anxiety. And so you need to keep in mind, you're not a physician, so you're not doing a thorough check like a doctor would, okay? So it should be just in a relaxed and comfortable manner. And you should be trained, like we said before. And just like what Sonia said before, I think it was Sonia, or it might have been Saritha, remember to maintain confidentiality of protected health information, including daily health checks at all times, okay? The obtaining of information from the parent or guardian, whoever the child lives with, should take place at the time of transfer of care, so the time the child gets to the center, from the parent guardian to the staff of the child care facility. If this exchange of information does happen outside the facility, like if you're on a field trip or something, the facility should use an alternative means to accurately convey important information, like through notes, through emails, health checks, and or daily logs, or examples of how parents and guardians and staff can exchange information when face-to-face is not possible. And always remember, okay, just like I just said this before, this is not a detailed exam of the children. Please leave that to a medical doctor or other healthcare provider. The intent is to watch for changes in individual children that might indicate illness or other health issues, signs of abuse. It is a brief assessment of whether each child is looking and acting normal for them before the parent leaves. It is a casual observation of the child as you welcome them. You are observing for signs of well-being, but not finding reasons to exclude children. And documentation. The caregiver or teacher should conduct and document this upon arrival, and it should be kept. This was recommendations from Caring for Children, but kept for at least 1 month. And I know this is a copy of you guys, the daily health check form that you have. And so just be trained on that and know how to fill that out. Again, if you've got questions about your daily health check forms or your procedures, please see your supervisor, okay? Okay, let's just skip through this video, Sonia. This is just going back through. This video was just kind of giving you, it's just showing you visually all the things that I just talked about, what a daily health check should be, okay? All right, we're going to go on to talking about oral health. And I've got a question here. Do you think it's necessary to promote good oral health care with infants and toddlers? Do you think that's necessary?
Yes, because they might not be getting it at home.
Mm-hmm. When you think about infants, I mean, infants, they haven't even really, a lot of them, they haven't started growing teeth yet, but why is it good to go ahead and start promoting good oral care even with infants?
Because oral problems can happen at really any age.
Mm-hmm.
So you want to,
yes,
and it's a good start to a routine also.
Right. right. Yes, you're setting that foundation, aren't you? You're setting that foundation for good habits to stay with them for the rest of their lives. So absolutely. Great. All right, oral health. Okay, routine oral hygiene activities. Caregivers or teachers should promote the habit of regular toothbrushing. All children with teeth should brush or have their teeth brushed with a soft toothbrush of age-appropriate size. So therefore, you're not going to brush a toddler's teeth with the same kind of toothbrush that you would brush an adult's teeth, okay? And it should be at least once during the hours that they are in your care. Okay? Those children ages 3 and older, and we're going to see some pictures of this. We're going to talk about this a little bit later, should use a pea-sized amount of toothpaste. An ideal time to brush, of course, is after eating, because that's when they start to get all of the food and the plaque, all those things on their building up on their teeth. The caregiver teacher should either brush the child's teeth if they're too young, or supervise as they get older as the child brushes his or her own teeth. Disposable gloves, there again, gloves should be worn by the teacher if contact with the child's oral fluids is anticipated. So if you're over there and you're helping the child brush their teeth, you definitely need to wear gloves. And the younger the child, the more you need to be involved. You should teach the child the correct method of toothbrushing. Remember, you're setting the foundation. And a lot of times, I think it was Kaylee that said it, they don't get this at home, okay? And so that's where you guys' job are, and just to step in. Young children do want to brush their own teeth. They like to do that sometimes as they get older, but they need help until about age 7 or 8. So you should monitor the toothbrushing activity and thoroughly brush the child's teeth if they're really young after the child has finished brushing, preferably a total of 2 minutes. So you need to closely monitor this. If they are capable of being able to do it on their own, you still need to make sure that they're doing it properly and really watching them and supervising. And the cavity-causing effect of exposure to foods or drinks containing sugar, like juices, may be reduced by having children rinse with water. So they shouldn't even be eating or drinking all this kind of stuff in your care. But by having children rinse with water after snacks and meals when toothbrushing is not possible, okay? So if there's a time where toothbrushing is not possible, they can, rinse their mouth out with water after they eat. Regular toothbrushing with fluoride toothpaste is encouraged to reinforce oral health habits and prevent gingivitis and tooth decay. Before the first tooth erupts, okay, so this is for infants, wiping a baby's gums with clean gauze or a soft, wet washcloth as part of a daily routine may make the transition to toothbrushing easier. So you're there again, you're just setting that foundation, setting those habits. Good oral hygiene is as important for a 6-month-old child with 1 tooth as it is for a 6-year-old with many teeth. Toothbrushing with fluoride toothpaste at least once a day reduces the buildup of decay causing plaque. And the development of tooth decay producing plaque begins when an infant's first tooth appears. So it's not later on when children get a lot of teeth, okay? And it says, okay, all right. And so it's when that first tooth appears in his or her mouth, all right? So they can get plaque even built up on that first tooth. Tooth decay cannot develop without this plaque, which contains the acid-producing bacteria in a child's mouth. And the ability to do a good job brushing the teeth is a learned skill. They don't always know how to do that. You've got to teach them. Improved by practice and age. There is general consensus that children do not have the necessary hand-eye coordination for independent brushing really good until around age 7 or 8. That doesn't mean they can't start beginning to do it on their own. They just don't have the correct hand-eye coordination yet. So either the caregiver or teacher brushing or close supervision is necessary. And activities at home may not suffice, okay, to develop this skill or accomplish the necessary plaque removal, especially when children eat most of their meals and snacks during a full day in childcare. So that's why you guys are so important. And here's a picture of this. So you should use a small smear, and there's a little picture of it, like a grain of rice, okay, spread across the width of the toothbrush for children under 3 years of age. And then a little bit bigger amount, a pea-size amount for children ages 3 years of age and older. And then by the time they get to more than 5 years old, you just have just a regular amount of toothpaste on the toothbrush. And they should attempt to spit out excess toothpaste after brushing. However, toothpaste is not always necessary for children to use, since food and plaque can be removed from the teeth with a dry brush or by using water only. And so keep in mind, though, young children may occasionally swallow a small amount of toothpaste, and this is not a health risk. However, though, if children swallow more than the recommended amounts of fluoride toothpaste on a consistent basis, they are at risk for a condition called fluorosis, which is a cosmetic condition, which that's a picture of some teeth right there of a child that has fluorosis, discoloration of the teeth. This is caused by overexposure to fluoride during the first 8 years of life. Okay. Other products such as fluoride rinses, so like mouthwash and things like that, can pose a poisoning hazard if ingested. So you should stay away from those with young children. The children can rinse with water after a snack or meal if their teeth have been brushed earlier. Rinsing with water helps to remove the food particles from teeth and may help prevent tooth decay. So if you have toothbrushing time after snack time, okay, then after lunch, they can just have a cup of water and just rinse their teeth. A sink is not necessary to accomplish this. Each child can use a cup of water for toothbrushing. The child should wet the brush in the cup, brush, and then spit excess toothpaste into the cup. And they should encourage replacement of toothbrushes when the bristles become worn or frayed. If they start to look like that, then they definitely need to be replaced, or approximately around every 3 to 4 months. You should encourage parents and guardians to establish a dental health plan at home for their child within 6 months after the first tooth erupts, or by 1 year of age, whichever is earlier. Okay, in facilities where toothbrushing is an activity, which that would be you guys, y'all do daily toothbrushing, don't you?
We haven't since we come back from COVID because we were instructed to not do that.
Okay. Sonia, I lost the PowerPoint. Yes, I can understand due to COVID. I know there's a lot of we're just in a different world right now. We got to keep in mind that a lot of these recommendations are for when we are in a completely normal world, if there is a such thing as normal. But I know with COVID and all, procedures and all are a little bit different right now. So, okay, no sharing or borrowing of course, of toothbrushes. Labels ensure that staff can tell which toothbrush belongs to each child. No sharing or borrowing. After use, toothbrushes should be stored on a clean surface with the bristle end of the toothbrush up to air dry in such a way that the toothbrushes cannot contact or drip on each other, and the bristles are not in contact with any surface, so they don't contaminate each other. Racks and devices used to hold toothbrushes for storage should be labeled and disinfected as needed. The toothbrushes should be replaced, of course, at least every 3 to 4 months or sooner if they become frayed. And when they do become contaminated through contact with another brush or accidentally grabbed and used by another child, it should be discarded and replaced, of course, with a new one. As an alternative to racks, children can have individualized labeled cups, and their brush can be stored bristle side up in the cup. And they should have their own labeled toothpaste tube, or if toothpaste from a single tube is shared among the children, so if you do share the toothpaste, it should be dispensed onto a clean piece of paper or paper cup for each child rather than directly on the toothbrush. And when they require assistance, teachers should wash their hands thoroughly between brushings for each child. They should wear gloves when assisting such children with brushing their teeth. And toddlers should be allowed to handle small dabs of toothpaste by themselves there again, but you should just closely monitor that because we do want to teach them some self-help skills. They should brush their teeth at least once daily during your care. And the toothpaste, of course, should be stored out of children's reach. And this is an oral health policy. This was adapted from the American Academy of Pediatric Dentistry. So these are just some good policies and good guidelines to go by. Information, the program should have an oral health policy that includes the following: information about fluoride content of water at the facility, contact information for each child's dentist, resource list for children that do not have a dentist, so you can help provide information for parents if a child doesn't have a dentist, somebody you can recommend them for. Implementation of daily toothbrushing or rinsing the mouth with water after eating. Use of sippy cups and bottles only at meal times during the day and not at nap times. Prohibition of serving sweetened food products, which, like I said, a lot of these are things I know you guys are probably already implementing. Promotion of healthy foods per the USDA's Child and Adult Care Food Program. Early identification of tooth decay. Age-appropriate oral health educational activities, and a plan for handling dental emergencies. So what are you going to do in case a child has an accident and maybe they knock their tooth out or something? And all children with teeth should have oral hygiene education as part of their daily activity. Children 3 years of age and older should do something, have developmentally appropriate oral health education that includes information on what plaque is in the process of dental decay. There's a picture of some teeth right there with plaque buildup, and it's causing gingivitis, which is inflamed and receding gums. Diet influences on teeth, including the contribution of sugar-sweetened beverages and foods to cavity development, and the importance of good oral hygiene behaviors. Okay, and I'm wondering, I don't think, let's see, it's 12:30. I think we'll skip through this video too. This was a cute little dental health experiment a dentist had. That all you do is you take a hard-boiled egg. I can tell you guys what you can do. This might be a cute little activity you can especially do like with your toddlers. You take a hard-boiled egg, and that represents a healthy tooth because the hard shell on the outside of the egg kind of represents the dentin, like your teeth are made out of, because it's hard. And you dip it in a cup of soda, and you let it sit for about 24 to 48 hours. And then you talk about how sugary sweetened beverages and sugary sweetened foods can cause the breakdown of the tooth. And so then after about 2 days, you take the egg out of the soda and it'll be all discolored, and even part of the shell of the egg is starting to erode away. And so that's a great experiment. That's a great way to show kids how sugary things and how tooth decay, how those things affect a tooth. Okay, so that's what that video was talking about. All right, so we're moving on to, I think this is the last section. So I'm going to go through this really quickly because I know everybody's hungry, ready to go eat. So what does hand hygiene mean? And I know Sonia has touched on a little bit of this, but what does hand hygiene mean?
To make
Elizabeth, I can't. Somebody say something. I heard somebody say something.
All right, say it again, Elizabeth.
to make sure your hands are always clean, even after meals and diaper changes and potty changes.
Yes. Yes, absolutely. Is hand hygiene important? We just all nod our heads. Yes, we could do the sign language for yes. Definitely yes. Okay. So yes, hand hygiene is important, and we're going to talk about why that's important. Hand hygiene is a way of cleaning one's hands that substantially reduces potential pathogens, harmful microorganisms on the hands. Hand washing, also known as hand hygiene, is the act of cleaning one's hands with soap and water to remove viruses, bacteria, germs, microorganisms, dirt, grease, or other harmful and unwanted substances stuck to the hands, because the hands are nasty, nasty, nasty. We touch so many things throughout the day. Hand hygiene is the most important way to reduce the spread of infection. Many studies have shown that improperly cleansed hands are the primary carriers of infections. That's why it's been so important during this pandemic. They've told us over, I know we've heard it 1,000,000 times, wash your hands, wash your hands. And deficiencies in hand hygiene have contributed to many outbreaks of diarrhea among children and caregivers and teachers in child care centers. Child care centers that have implemented good hand hygiene or hand washing techniques have consistently demonstrated a reduction in diseases transmitted. When frequent and proper hand hygiene practices are incorporated into a child care center's curriculum or just into your everyday routine, there is a decrease in the incidence of acute respiratory illnesses. Okay. Hand hygiene after exposure, of course, to soil and sand will reduce opportunities for the ingestion of parasites that could be present in contaminated sand and soil. Thorough hand washing with soap for at least 20 seconds, okay? Using clean running water at a comfortable temperature. It's just a warm temperature, okay? It's not hot because you don't want to scald a child. Removes organisms from the skin and allows them to be rinsed away. Hand hygiene, of course, with a non-alcohol-based sanitizer is an alternative to traditional hand washing with soap and water when visible soiling is not present. This should be used only, and I've got this in pink, as an exception when soap and water are not readily available. Hand sanitizer products, though, may be dangerous or toxic if ingested in amounts greater than the residue left on hands after cleaning. It is important for caregivers or teachers to monitor children's use of these to ensure the product is being used appropriately. Always keep it away from children's reach. Always provide adult supervision, okay? And then, of course, see your center's policy on the use of non-alcohol sanitizer. Always, in any of these procedures, please see your supervisor and know your policy, okay? Infectious organisms that may be spread in a variety of ways, of course, in human waste, in bodily fluids, open injuries, cuts or skin sores, direct skin-to-skin contact by touching an object that has live organisms on it, in droplets of bodily fluids, such as those produced by sneezing and coughing that travel through the air. So those are just ways that the infectious organisms can be spread. Since many infected people carry infectious organisms without even symptoms, they're asymptomatic, and many are contagious before they experience a symptom, caregivers or teachers' routine hand hygiene is the safest practice. So you should be doing just like what that gentleman's doing right there. You should be the good role model. You should be washing your hands. In situations that require hand hygiene, all staff, volunteers, and children should follow the procedures for hand hygiene at the following times. So this is when you should be washing hands: upon arrival, after breaks, or when moving from one child care group to another, before and after, of course, preparing food or beverages, eating, handling food, or feeding a child. And I know you guys, y'all already know this, and I'm sure you're already doing this, but it's always good to be reminded. Brushing or helping a child brush their teeth, giving medication or applying a medical ointment or cream in which a break in the skin may be encountered. Playing in water that is used by more than one person, just playing in water, period. Diapering. And then, of course, after using the toilet or helping a child uses a toilet, handling bodily fluids, sneezing, wiping and blowing noses from mouths or from sores, handling animals or cleaning up animal waste, of course, playing in sand, on wooden play sets, outdoors, anytime they go outside, cleaning or handling the garbage. So these are times, all after these times, you should be washing your hands. In situations or times that children and staff should perform hand hygiene, should be posted in all food preparation, hand hygiene, diapering, and toileting areas. Okay, and so these are this is hand washing procedures. Children and staff should wash their hands using the following method, okay? Check to be sure a clean disposable paper or single-use cloth towel is available. Turn on the water, and the lady already in the Itters video showed this. Turn on clean running water to a comfortable temperature. Moisten hands with water and apply soap to your hands. Rub your hands together vigorously, okay, until a soapy lather appears. Hands are out of the water stream, okay, and continue for at least 20 seconds. You can sing the happy birthday song. You can be creative with this. Rub areas, this is important. Then just rub areas in between the fingers, okay, around the nails, under the fingernails. Of course, you shouldn't really be wearing a lot of jewelry, and then the backs of hands, and nails should be kept short, okay? Running clean water over the hands removes, of course, visible soil. Wetting the hands before applying soap helps to create a lather. That's why you wet the hands before, because that helps to create a really good lather on those hands. And the soap lather loosens soil, okay? And brings it into a solution on the surface of the skin that can be rinsed away. Rinsing the lather off into a sink removes the soil from the hands, okay? And pre-moistened cleansing towelettes do not effectively clean hands and should not be used as a substitute for washing hands with soap and running water.
Hey, Stacey, are we right at the end?
I don't think we have too many more. I don't know. I can't tell like what number we're on.
We're really running out of time. They've got
Yeah.
another one scheduled, so let me run through this. Go ahead. You just
All
want
right, so rinse hands under the clean running water that's at a comfortable temperature until they're free of soap and dirt. Leave the water running while drying hands. Dry hands with a clean disposable paper or single-use cloth towel. And if taps do not shut off automatically, turn taps off with a disposable paper or single-use cloth towel. And be like this little kid here. Yes, threw all the paper towels away. Throw the disposable paper towel into a lined trash container. And if you need to open a door to leave a bathroom or diaper changing area, you should open the door with a disposable towel to avoid possibly recontaminating clean hands. If a child cannot open the door or turn off the faucet, they should be assisted by an adult. Okay, and so you should just provide assistance with hand washing at a sink for infants who can be safely cradled in one arm, and for children who can stand but not wash their hands independently. So like what that picture is right there. Okay, and a child who can stand should either use a child height sink or stand on a safety step at a height at which the child's hands can hang freely under the running water. And after assisting the child with hand washing, the staff members should wash his or her own hands. Okay. All right, and then encouraging and teaching children good hand hygiene practices must be done in a safe manner. A how-to poster that is developmentally appropriate should be placed wherever children wash their hands. Okay, and they should blow or wipe their noses with disposable single-use tissues and then discard them in a plastic line-covered hands-free trash container. Okay, and then of course, after blowing the nose, practice hand hygiene. Okay, all right, we can go ahead and skip through this stuff, Sonia. Okay. All right, and it just talks about how important training and monitoring is, and training just like what you guys are in right now. And children are encouraged to do as much as they can on their own. Some self-help skills Teaching toddlers self-care, use books with the children on topics such as brushing and combing their hair, toothbrushing, appropriate clothing, toilet training, familiar personal care routine sequences such as bathing, going to bed, eating, hand washing, toothbrushing. And use play materials and activities that include nutritious play foods in the dramatic play area, bathing baby dolls or washing dolls in soapy water, simple puzzles and picture matching games, helpful personal care routines, or helpful foods. Okay, and staff can guide children to complete health-related tasks. Follow up to be sure the tasks are completed and provide help as needed. Okay, and then it just talks about a little song there that you can sing for hand washing, like row, row, row your boat. Okay, remind them to make bubbles. Okay, those kinds of little fun little things. Okay, and there's a song there sung to the tune of row, row, row your boat. Wash, wash, wash your hands. Play our handy game. Rub and scrub and scrub and rub. Germs go down the drain. Okay, that's just a cute little example there. Okay, display posters or pictures where children can see them. A hand washing poster next to the sink that shows pictures of the steps. And there again, it just there's a picture of a poster there on how to wash your hands. Okay, we can click on through that, Sonia. I know we're out of time. And just be a good role model, okay? You should wash your hands always because those children are watching you, okay? And that concludes my portion of the training. That's just another little video there. But we do have some giveaways. I think we clicked through that, Sonia. We were going to show them a picture of that. Okay. We do have we have some giveaways for your classrooms. Okay, just some.
Let me get my button ready.
And so
what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go ahead and give there's 3 classrooms, so I've got 3 items. I'm gonna give those to Lisa, and she can give those guys to you because we're like really short. There's another training that they've got to get going, so I'm gonna give those to Lisa, and she can give it to you guys, and you guys can go through there and decide what you want. I hate that we didn't get to play again. That sound good?
And hey guys, don't forget, before y'all leave, you need to go back and make sure you fill out your preview and your review and your training evaluations, okay? And you can get to those at the very first slide, right when you came in to get on, to sign on, right where you clicked on the little puzzle piece to go on here, you can find your preview, review, and your training evaluations, okay? So that way you can get your certificates.
Awesome, guys. We enjoyed it.
Thank you.
Thank you guys so much.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Y'all have a good day.
Right?
Bye, you too. Wait, what's the code? They do it.